I heard you were talking. What are you talking about, Vin Villette? It's 7 minutes. Do I not have 7 minutes to set up my stream? Is that am I not allowed the time it takes to set my stream up? Is it illegal? Have I broken a law? No. The answer is I have not. All right. Now, where the hell were we in this game? Okay, we're making an oil power plant. Oil power is quite good. It's +3 production. Plus this thing hits all of these cities, with the exception of Otakuville and Weeb Central. The railroads. I like how the sand kind of overwrites the railroads. It's kind of neat. Still got plenty of national parks to go up culturally, potentially in the rankings for a culture victor. We actually have Cristo, which is a big deal. He's miles away. Eiffel? The only one building Eiffel. It's a 52 turn build. I could maybe get that down a little bit. Very unlikely, but maybe we can figure out how to get this city. Definitely don't want to be working on this culture. We can get that up. We can get it up. What do we got? Jumping Jacks, Rathgorman. We're doing Colossal Heads. So we're just doing a little bit of a review about where we were in the game. We got Renaissance walls. My flood barriers were taking forever. I know I was sending constant stream of military engineer over here. On the hope of railroading. I think that's our plan, is to try to like railroad, like what's the shortest path is like this. But ideally we also want to railroad our way over there, so that's what we'll be doing. The Great Person mod scared me. I mean, look at Sergei Korolev staring into your soul. Clara Schumann, oh my god. The 300 BC call, they want their fashion back. What the fuck are you wearing? Anyway, no bully. Don't bully artists. Their lives are hard enough as it is. What's the story, lads? So, who wants to know why I didn't stream yesterday and the day before? Would anyone like to fathom a guess why I didn't stream yesterday or the day before? I'll give you a hint. It has to do with a nap. There's your hint. I took a nap, and as a consequence, I didn't stream for 2 days. 2 days, okay. You had the fattest nap ever. You overslept. Those are good guesses. Those are really good guesses. Because they at least relate to the nap. I like that you guys think that a nap, that the sleep itself could be the thing. It could make me miss 2 days. Mistaken nap ruined the sleeping schedule. That is also true. But that was the second nap after the first nap that caused the problem. So the first nap happened, right? We're going to MS Paint for this one, boys. So I don't know what these chairs are called. What are those? Horde chair. Who makes these? Secret Lab. Okay. Now I'm sitting in a Secret Lab chair, and just to kind of describe the general shape of a Secret Lab chair. I kind of vaguely, hang on, let me look up an image. Yeah. So you would think that like a chair is a chair. It looks like, you know, and then there's, you know, spokes and there's wheels. It's a chair. Secret Lab chairs kind of look like this. They look chair-like and they have handles. But like if you look at a normal chair, it'll look kind of like this. There'll be like a back bit. There'll be a seat bit. And then there'll be arms, right? This is not what Secret Lab chairs look like. Secret Lab chairs look like this. They have a back bit, okay? And then for whatever godforsaken reason, they have like a diagonal bit that scoops out like this. Let's do a little three-dimensional here, so you can see what I'm talking about. If you imagine, these connect. There's like a little scoopy bit that comes out like this. So if you imagine that if you were to like cut a cross section across this chair, it would look like a valley almost. Except it would look like this. There'd be a square valley, and then there'd be a triangle, and a triangle, and then it would look kind of like this, okay? Now you imagine that you would sit your back in here. But here's the problem. I was sitting in a Secret Lab chair that is for a person that is about 1.5 feet shorter than me. So, in addition, this chair had a head cushion and a lower back cushion. And not only that, but this weird funky shape, it's also true of the seat bucket. So I want you to imagine that I'm about 1/4 foot wider than this person at the shoulders. Maybe, yeah. So I want you to imagine my back, okay? My head is here. My neck is doing this. My back is going in like this. And I'm sitting like this, okay? Can anyone see a problem with my spine? All right? This isn't a normal shape that a spine makes, okay? So when I fell asleep, I wasn't even really asleep. I was kind of napping out. I wasn't even fully asleep. For maybe an hour. Maybe an hour and a half. I looked at videos on my YouTube phone, right? Didn't feel anything wrong until I stood up. All right? Then I stood up. Now, here's a human shoulder. Then the neck kind of comes up like this. And the neck comes up like this. Human shoulder. Shoulder blade. Shoulder blade. This section right here, the muscle that comes down to here from your neck, okay, is in incredible pain. Like, I'm talking, it is fucking angry. Whatever I did to my back, snapping in that chair, moving my neck hurts, rotating my shoulder blades hurts, doing anything hurts, okay? That section, coughing hurts, sneezing hurts, breathing hurts, whatever the fuck I did, napping in this chair in this weird shape, it has, like, it's actually disabled me. I can't sit in a chair anymore. I'm in pain. What I have is a hot water bottle, a scalding hot water bottle, pressed against my spine, and I have, I've been taking painkillers all day. So this fucking chair tortured me. How old am I? I'm 29. I'm not supposed to get back pain yet. Light stretching. Dude, I have been looking up yoga. I have literally, okay? I have literally done the suck your cock maneuver, right? Where you're like this on the ground. Here's your head. Here's your back. Your body goes up like this. Your legs are over your head. I have sat like this for 10 minutes to try to like even out the pain in my spine, okay? Your arms go up here. So let me make this a little bit more obvious. I've sat like this to try and like even out. I've done the fucking the sun greeting dog where you like you turn into a seal, right? You know that thing where you're trying to like, because I'm trying to stretch this out. It's it's impossible to stop. This is me crying. My nose, my hair. It's actually like it's ruined my life. I can't do anything. My life is over. I can't do anything. It's ruined my life. I can't even sleep. There's like one position I can sit in, right? And that is fucking rail straight, feet out, feet on the ground. This is the only way I can sit now. I used to have, like, I have to sit like this now. Otherwise, I'm in excruciating pain. And it's not free to sit like this. It takes a lot of effort. And it's painful to sit like this too. Whereas I used to sit, okay? I used to have a nice chill way to sit. Hang on, let me... I used to have a chair, and I would kind of like... sit like this a little bit. I would kind of... I would lean back. Right? I'd be super in. And I would have a nice gentle curve to my spine. And because there's no wall here, I could stretch my legs straight out too. I had a lot of mobility, and I would move to sitting up, I would move to sitting back. Can't do it. The chair fixed your posture? No, it's tortured me. Oh, Jesus Christ. It hurts to cough, it hurts to breathe, it hurts to exist. Moving my arms hurts. Leaning forward hurts. Are you in anti-inflammatories already? I am taking ibuprofen and paracetamol. And I'm regularly stretching out the muscle. I'm putting heat on the muscle too. And I'm regularly doing head and neck stretches and whole body stretches. I'm also doing posture corrective stretches where you put your back to the wall and you move your arms in a certain way to try to correct it. It's... Why haven't you seen a doctor yet, Spuddy? Because I'm hoping that it'll go away. I'm hoping that it's day 3. And it gets better and worse. Ibuprofen in... let's see. I'm taking ibuprofen in 400 milligrams. And 2 paracetamol. It seems to help. Oh, the worst part? I can't sleep with a pillow anymore. I have to sleep with my head on the bed. The damage is pretty deep. It's only muscular. Usually I can get next day on my doctor. If it doesn't get better tomorrow morning, I'm going to contact my doctor. Don't mix paracetamol and ibuprofen. I've literally been told to do this. This is what I've been told to do. They're different medications. You think I have a herniated disc? Let me have a look. What is a herniated disc? Herniated discs usually happen in your lower back, not in the upper back. This is an upper back pain. Herniated discs almost always are upper back, or lower back rather. I've never heard of a herniated disc on the upper back. You credit no back pain to doing deadlifts. My hot take is almost no one should be doing deadlifts. You're so likely to injure yourself for no gain. When you could do other exercises. The only reason you should be doing deadlifts is like if you really want to be doing deadlifts. But here's the thing. I usually wait a couple days. I'm not like my life isn't like I'm exaggerating. Obviously, my life isn't completely over. I'm just into stress and discomfort, and if I wake up tomorrow and it's not better, then you bet your ass I'm going to the doctor. Here's the deal: by the movements you're showing the type of pain, your problem most likely muscular. Yeah, 100%. I 100% think it's a muscular pain because I can lift things, no problem. I can put weight on my back, no problem. I can pick up my nephew. It's only when I go to certain ranges of motion, almost like when you pull a muscle in your neck, except it's just lower. I think it has to do with the like just where the muscle to my neck connects. Because if I tilt my neck really really far back, that hurts. But like, I have no problem putting weight on my shoulders. So like, if it was, I feel like if it was bone, if it was a bone problem, I wouldn't be able to carry weight, and like moving my neck muscles wouldn't cause the pain. It's definitely muscular, I feel like. So it's just like a bit of rest, and if it doesn't get better tomorrow, I'll go to the doctor. I've been doing lots of stretching. If you take 2 ibuprofen, the Secret Lab chair I really regret. Works really well for some, but not for me. May seem weird, but give some thought to grinding your teeth. Like stopping or doing it. It's not straight medical advice. It's most likely situation. No, I agree, because it is, you can usually kind of tell. Like, obviously, I'm not going to take what people say in chat as a 100% diagnosis, but it's kind of what I suspect that I hurt a muscle, but it was just in a position it shouldn't have been for too long, and the muscle got overextended, forward head posture style, and it needs to just kind of correct backwards a little bit. Aren't most gaming chairs just trash? You wouldn't operate a chair? You want a steel case Leap, my boy. I got a steel case Leap, and I have never looked back, okay? I've never had an ounce of back pain sitting on this chair. Anytime I've ever sit on any other chair, I get back pain. But this steel case Leap, actual, like, god chair, adjustable, has like 5 different adjustable. Anyway, right, we're getting into the weeds. Yeah, I might. Sorry, I had to text someone there. I got sent a message. He said steel case sleep chair. I wanted Aeron or some other Herman Miller. Thank you so much, Mr. McGiblets. Also, someone else Twitch primed earlier, and thank you so much for that. I missed who it was. It was Spritney. Thank you so much. And then there was Dr. Klepp. Thank you so much. You can get secondhand Herman Millers for like $250, €250. You just have to like look for the secondhand stores and be patient. 100% recommend secondhand stuff. I got my this steel case Leap is $1,000. Okay, I bought mine 5 years ago for $250 off a secondhand website. They read your back pain that said, you know, it's really good for localized muscle pain. Magnesium oil. I'm sure it helps to cure your back pain. Seriously, how do you fall asleep in a chair? I wasn't like fully asleep. I was just kind of like napping, watching YouTube videos. I was just kind of flaked out, you know, where I was, because I wasn't uncomfortable. That's the thing. Get a good mattress. I just spent like $1,000 on a mattress there, like half a year ago, because I was like, all right, I'm gonna pay big money for a good mattress because it should last me like 5 to 10 years, and then that's only like 200 to 100 a year, which is a pretty good investment. I felt like. I gotta like start thinking of like, you know, car-sized purchases these days. Oh my god, all these islands are dead, just gone. That's the age reaching out to you, sleeping in a chair, back problems, accept your fate. I wasn't even really asleep. I was just kind of like gently napping. I wasn't like, I never fully relaxed. I was holding my phone the entire time. I was just kind of like, my eyes were half closed, but I was only for like an hour, and it's ruined my life. Anyway, let's play the game. So, Nurofen. Let me double check. What's in Nurofen again? Nurofen contains ibuprofen. I think Nurofen is ibuprofen.
Hey Potato, need to ask you, what is the best civ to play as when your hand is sore following an operation? And please don't say Tamar.
The best civ to play when your hand is sore after an operation is a one city civ like Ethiopia that can get by on like 2 to 3 cities, so you don't have to do a whole lot of clicking. So I would say somebody who plays tall and very few cities, like the Maya, like Ethiopia, people like that is good. Normal pain relievers don't work on muscle pain? They help. I feel like they help. Even if I'm just getting a placebo effect, it's like, it's making me feel better that I'm taking them. Anyway. Just got the Frontier Pass and now it freezes all the time. Anyone got this before? Never heard of it. Okay, so let's actually start the game. We've been talking about my back pain for a little bit long now. Do you want to... OBS, do you want to start recording, OBS? Hey, Spuddies, PotatoMcWhiskey here, and welcome back to Let's Play Japan, where things are going pretty damn well. We have an entire New World continent all to ourselves. Look at it in all of its glory. We've got a natural wonder over here. We've got a natural one. Don't we have another natural wonder somewhere? Am I crazy? Why do I remember having two? Ah, there it is. There it is. The old Pantanal. Wait, that's not how you say that name. Pantanal. Pant anal. That's what that is. Pantanal. So we're still defending Wampert religiously, and it's pretty much the only thing holding off the Protestant Reformation. Because at this point in the game, everyone except me has been converted to Islam. So I need to get to work, and I need to spread my religion over here. But I need to balance that with also getting my national parks, because these national parks are a big part of the tourism that I need to win the game. We're in a relatively good position, okay? We are at risk of losing a religious victory. We're not at risk of losing domination. We are at risk of losing a culture victory, and we're at risk of losing a science victory. Diplomatically, we're in the lead, and culturally, we have a chance. So our best bet to try and take on this game is to go for a culture victory. Now, I absolutely don't care about trained athletes anymore because of the World Games. I'm never going to get this. It's never going to happen. I'll take my little bit of tourism from these things and just walk away. What I am trying to do is there's a bit of flooding happening. We got to the anti-flooding text very late into the game, and so there's a lot of flooding happening, and we're trying to solve that problem. Partially by feeding military engineers into the cities of Weeb Central and stuff like that, but also through other forms. So I need to get these military engineers into the water and get them heading over here, because I would like to connect up most of my territory with railroads so that I could, you know, move people between cities and stuff like that a little bit more easily. In Otakuville, we are working on a few things, but I'm going to keep producing mass amounts of military engineers. Thank you so much, Harry Sat, for subscribing. I love you, buddy. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Now, in Otakuville, we have a couple of options here. I could go ahead and pick up the shipyard. That would be 14 turns for a +4 production, as well as a significant boost to a lot of these water tiles. And I'm going to grab just a couple of these water tiles because it does seem like a good move on my part. And this city is mostly working water tiles. It doesn't have good land. So this feels like a very important move to make sure this city isn't completely useless. I'm also going to use a chop on this tile, boom, to shave 6 turns off of that, and then I can put a seaside resort because the appeal here is quite high. The engineers were for flood barriers. Yes, I am going to use them for flood barriers, but I also want railroads because I'm that kind of guy. We are 3 turns from finishing the Cristo Redentor, which is going to make builders a lot more valuable because we'll be able to make use of seaside resorts more effectively. So that's something we really need to consider with regards to what we're going to be doing this game. So what I absolutely should be doing is looking for every single place that I can put a seaside resort within a reasonable amount of time. Like here is potentially some seaside resorts. Although I would like the Cristo Redentor to finish first. But I really, really, really need to be looking for seaside resort potential here. And there really isn't a huge amount of seaside resort potential. Unfortunately, a lot of the tiles are flooding, which I'm not loving. I'm also trying to work on the Eiffel Tower here, so I think building up this city's productivity would be a big deal. I'm going to tell the city to focus on productivity, so it's 41 turns until Eiffel, because I don't really care about the culture. I would rather build this faster, and Eiffel is going to be a big deal because it'll give me +2 appeal to every tile in my empire, which means that's +2 tourism from every tile in my empire that generates tourism based on appeal. We also need to start thinking about Takamatsu. We need to buy these 2 tiles so that we can get started on the biosphere. We're going to get started on a neighborhood. It'll take a little bit of time to build this, but hopefully not too long. We got our Renaissance walls in Otsu. Let's grab that granary real quick. Now we're having a little bit of a problem over here. Flood barriers are taking their time. Now, if I recall correctly, military engineers do 15%? 20%. So you need 5 charges from a military engineer to fully finish a thing. So those flood barriers are done now, thankfully. Which is quite a lot of charges, to be honest. It's a lot. And we need like an absurd number of builders right now and military engineers. But we might be able to bring it all back. We will lose some districts, but we might be able to save quite a few. We're building a lot of these colossal heads right now because they give me tourism based on the faith that they generate. So you can see here, I built a 5 faith colossal head, and it's generating me 6 tourism. It's 6 because I'm getting a 25% modifier from the computer technology. Bo's won a tourism victory with only biosphere tourism. I know, because he put that video on my channel. I wonder how viable it would be to do a wonder tourism only. Could be a fun challenge. Where's my master debater? Here he is. Okay, take him out. Can you nuke every capital before winning? No, that would make winning harder. I do have open borders with everyone, right? Open borders, open borders. Ah, I'm missing open borders with Eleanor, but she hates my guts, so I'm never going to get it. That's fine. You can start the railway now. But most of my money is going to be going towards military engineers because they're going to help out my economy. Military engineer, another purchase, perfect. I will plant a railroad here because that'll allow my units to transmit through the city a little bit easier. Absolutely, I want to recover these tiles if I can. So I need to send 5 military engineer charges to the north. So there's 4 on the way, and then I need another 1. And we have thankfully managed to finish the flood barrier in here, so this city is now protected from the negative consequences of climate change. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works IRL, but that's how it works in the game. And, you know, if we don't have to deal with the negative consequences of our actions, I think we're winning the game. Absolutely, we just need like a crazy number of builders at the moment. So we can start to transport the land around to where we need it to be. A little bit of production. I'm hoping that every ounce of production I shove into the city of juice something or other will pay dividends. I definitely need to buy both of these tiles in Weeb Central to put seaside resorts on them, especially because I'm about to finish the Cristo Redentor. Now, can I snake a kill here and push back Protestantism? And I think I did manage to push back Protestantism slightly. My worry is a flood of religious units over here in this continent. Now I'm ready for another national park. Let's go ahead and get ourselves a naturalist here. Boom.
Thus, the sculpture
There
serves to
is
give
Cristo
people one
Redentor.
thought.
So the big deal with this
Everything
is the
about
100% tourism from seaside resorts across your civilization. So now if I go check out some of my seaside resorts and press the tourism hotkey, you can see this is generating 10 tourism. Even though its baseline is 4, that 4 is getting multiplied by 25% to go up to 5, which is then getting multiplied by 2 thanks to the Cristo Redentor, which means we're coming out with 10 tourism from a single seaside resort. Now keep in mind, a single national park makes between like 16 and 20 tourism. Right now they're doubled, which is quite powerful, but still. These seaside resort tiles are now hyper efficient. So I'll come in here to Weeb Central, I'll buy this tile, which magically revives the tile and protects it from any future consequences, which means I can put a seaside resort here. We have a great artist. That would be useful. I don't think I have room. Oh, I do have room for great artworks. Sure, I'll lash that in there. We finally got our oil power plant in Yaskilia, which means that we're getting +3 production to every city within range of this power plant. So we're hitting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cities, which is 15 production. You'll never find a more efficient building than things like the oil power plant and the Japanese electronic factory. Now, what do we do in this city? Perhaps it would be good to build a flood barrier. Perhaps it would be good to build a seaport. I would like spies. I would like traders. If I'm thinking about what can I do in this city to help things out, I do feel like empire-wide infrastructure in the form of an extra spy would be quite helpful. We managed to repair the campus over here. May as well do the quick repairs. We could do a Golden Gate Bridge. All tiles in the city are +4 appeal. 100% tourism from improvements in national parks in this city. That could be quite powerful if we were to dedicate the city to thingy. The problem is the Golden Gate Bridge takes 46 turns to build, and I think I'm going to win the game before that happens. But it's still a Golden Gate Bridge. It would require a lot of builder to build this, because I would have to put in like at least 2 more lumber mills, another fishing tile, ideally 2, to get that in a reasonable amount of time. I think I'm going to go for the Golden Gate Bridge. I go for it so rarely in my games that I think it would be fun to do. To just go for it. So I'll send another military engineer down here. You're heading up north to save these cities. So we got the Cristo Redentor. I think I will finish the Renaissance walls in here because it's another 3 tourism. It's a good use of my production. Now, having a look at some of these cards, I don't really super hardcore care too much. I would like heritage tourism because that's worth 29 tourism. I think I'll just plug in veterancy because it means I can build harbors a little bit quicker. Oh, I'm still in just chatting. Whoops. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you so much. I think heritage tourism would like to be plugged in, and I think I can plug it in over science foundations because Mary Leakey is already gone, so I don't care about Mary Leakey anymore. Heritage tourism is +29 tourism, which isn't a bad amount of tourism, all things considered. We have public works, Machiavellianism. I think I'm relatively happy with what I have plugged in right now. I don't think I need to change anything. I will eventually want to plug in satellite broadcasts, but for now I think things are totally fine. And the important thing is, even though it looks like I'm on the road to victory, we're on a knife edge here. It is so possible that we lose this game that it's actually disturbing. But there's another national park for another 3 era score. Beautiful, securing us a normal age. Unlikely that we will get another golden age, but aha, this tile has flooded and is no longer viable. Well, you know what? If all these tiles are flooding, I'm going to redirect the settler somewhere else, like over here, where potential seaside resorts are more likely. Plus, if I settle like here, I can grab a lot of seaside resorts, like right there. How long until the next flooding event? 5 turns. It's actually slightly unlikely. That I can prevent this flood. Maybe I can prevent it, but unlikely. The watermill and sushi, or the water park at Sushiville is complete. I could go for the Ferris wheel into the aquatic center. I could get universities. I don't think I really need a lot of science right now. I feel like the Ferris wheel would give me +2 tourism and a little bit of amenities. So I think that's going to come along greatly. Plus, I don't really need anything, except I could go for the Sydney Opera House. It's 8 culture, and 5 great musician points and 3 great works of music slots. So, I mean, it's not the most awful thing ever. I'm wondering, how many great musicians have actually gone? Not a whole lot, in all honesty. 3 have gone. So we got a library repaired in Weeb Central, and I think we had decided to go for the Golden Gate Bridge. But before I do that, I'll need to crack out 2 builders to make this city viable for wonder production. And I'm going to continuously produce, and I mean continuously. I'm going to continuously produce military engineers in here. We got an amphitheater in Rare Groove, so we may as well transport a great rider over there. Now, Rare Groove has done a good job in general. Could do a lumber mill there, so maybe a builder would be good. How about settling? Would settling improve my empire? I think I don't have a cultural alliance with him, so if he settles here, that's just a free city for me. Another settler, perhaps expanding my empire? No, expanding my empire is not the right move. The best way to get tourism in here is potentially building a archaeological museum. Yes. Well, first, let's have a quick look at antiquity. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of antiquity sites here, so there's still plenty of room for archaeological museums. Speaking of great works, what could I buy from you, perhaps? I could yoink another 2 great works of writing, which lowers his culture per turn and increases my tourism, which is a double whammy. It's a nice swing. So Juice something or other needs to get an archaeologist, as does Jumping Jacks. Let's commit to Jumping Jacks and make sure that we queue up that archaeologist. Usually I would buy my archaeologist with gold, but there's so much gold demand in the game these days that it's hard to justify it. Boom. Right. We got our flood barriers in here, in Osaka, which means the city is well defended. I would love a sanctuary. 16 turns to boost all of these tiles. I'm going to do it. 16 turns is a lot, but it does turn out nicely. I think you got the game if you continue to raise that tourism by 100 plus per every turn. Well, my tourism rate will slow down. That's the thing. It will absolutely slow down. But I think I can maintain a pretty good pace here. Man, I'm so sad because the potential for seaside resorts here was incredible. 1, 2, 3. It's just out of range, yeah. Still, though, we might be able to make a difference.
There may be no forgiveness.
All right, boom. There's synthetic materials. We can now get access to the biosphere, which we do intend to build, because it gives 200% power to all offshore wind farms, solar farms, wind farms, geothermal plants, and hydroelectric dams. And these buildings, this building and their improvements provide tourism equal to their power, and +1 appeal to tiles adjacent to rainforest and marsh in your empire, and must be built along a river adjacent to a neighborhood. So we will be going for the biosphere. It's going to be a 22-turn build in Takamatsu, which isn't too bad considering this is an 80 production city, by the way. Incredible. Where is that production even coming from? Because this city isn't working anything. Oh, that's right. It's coming from this giga, and I mean giga industrial zone with +8 adjacency, okay? That 8 adjacency gets doubled to 16 because I have this policy card plugged in, the 5-year plan. That's 16 production. And then I come in here and I look at the coal power plant, and that's another 16 production. Then it gets 8 from the electronics factory, another 3 from the workshop, and then I have suzerainty of Johannesburg giving me 1, 2, 3, 6 production. Oh my god, that is crazy amounts of production. Just wait till I get amenities in here. It's going to be so good. So let's have a look at what our next technology is. I would say since we are going for a late game renewable energy tourism build as well, it could be good to pick up something like satellites and composites. Those are 2 techs. Which one would I unlock first? Well, composites I'm 1 away. So being able to get wind farms seems pretty good because that will eventually turn into turn into tourism. It'll be turning into 3 tourism. What does biosphere do again? It'll turn into 6 tourism, which isn't bad. That's not bad from a single build charge on an inland tile. We got our art museum in Timisoara, so this gives me somewhere that I can plant this. You are just AFK. Do you plan to yank the Incan settler? I don't want to be declaring any late game wars, because if I declare war, it'll cancel my trade routes and my open borders. And trade routes give you 25% tourism. Open borders gives you 25% tourism. So those are significant tourism boosts that I would be giving up if I were to do that. So I won't be doing that. It might be good to go for broadcast centers because it's 2 great musician points per turn. Which will speed things up significantly. Now the city of Timisoara, probably honestly the best thing I could do in here is to get myself a couple of builders and then fill this desert with colossal heads. If I fill the desert with colossal heads, that's a small trickle of tourism. Not a huge amount, but a trickle. A trickle of tourism is better than a trickle of pee. Hashtag facts. I don't like that I have to manually walk my units through this straight, but I do think it's faster. So I've got 5 charges heading up to Yagmatana. I've got this lad here slowly building me a railway across the continent. What is the best way? This desert could also be used for colossal heads, so it may actually be worth it for me to get a settler here at some point. Alright, so show is well established. Let's go ahead and look for a place with commercial hubs. I've got one in... I don't think I have anyone in Wanuku anymore. Or Venice. So I'm going to send him to Wanuku. Where are my spies? Yeah, I've got one on the way to Venice, one on the way to Wanuku, and I've got room for 3 more. So spies are going to be a big part of what I need to do next. Yamagata, boom. First insertion of military engineer charge here to build this flood barrier. I might not be able to save these tiles. It's probably too late. But I'm not going to just give up on them. I'm gonna give it the old attempt. So I could get a Moai here or a colossal head. Does this have a jungle on it? It does not. I'm gonna get the Moai for fun. Rare Groove. I already used these slots, so I may as well teleport you back up to Fukuoka. We're going to harvest this. That'll get me a builder. Colossal heads get most yields from surrounding features. Yes, however, I have nothing else I can put here that immediately gets me tourism. I could theoretically plant a bunch of solar farms in anticipation for the biosphere, but I'm like so many techs away from solar farms because I'm like, what? Sanitation to do. That's so many turns, so many turns. At my current level of science, I don't think that makes sense at my current level of science. That's my take there. Otsu completed its granary. So if we're looking at a city like Fukushima, what are we doing in here to generate tourism? Probably not a huge amount. I feel like a dam would help with our tourism, because that would eventually become a hydroelectric dam. An industrial zone wouldn't be bad either. I mean, we could just do we could do another industrial zone city just for the meme. Why not? Let's just do it for fun. Who cares? It doesn't actually help me win the game, but it'll be fun. It's kind of the only thing that matters to me sometimes, is not whether or not something will effectively win the game for me, but whether or not I'll have a good time doing it. Hedonism. Ho! Want to make sure that I'm trading with this lad. So I'll keep trading with Manuka because it's a 25% tourism boost and it's 50% at social media. So it's actually a pretty big deal to maintain those international trade routes. Alright, insert military engineer, step forward, insert military engineer. Hey, thank you so much, Zanny G, for the Twitch Prime. I'm going to disable the rocketry here, just so he has to repair it, because they're expensive to repair. Gain sources, then siphon funds. We're definitely disrupting his win condition. Quality Jones, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I'm going to... Let's plop a city right there in Matsumoto. Now this is going to be almost entirely seaside resorts, which is why we really need the Eiffel. Speaking of Eiffel, let's double check that nobody is building it. Right, we're the only one building it. That's perfect. So we have a good chance of getting it. Now, if this is going to be a seaside resort town, that means a lot of harvesting. But it also means flood barriers. Let's also continue to purchase military engineers, because we need to sustain railroad building and stuff like that. I think I'm going to harvest out this. Do I move Magnus to the city? Perhaps? Do I have time? I'm going to have to do a lot of tile purchasing here. Well, they're only level 1, 2, 3. They're only level 3 tiles flooding, so maybe I can get away with not doing much tile purchasing until the flood actually happens in 3 turns. So we got time. We got time to mess around. Like boom, seaside resort +4. We'll put a couple forests around it to bring it up to a +6. Because remember, that's getting doubled by Christos. Every +1 appeal is huge for me. Is there a list of which wonders the AI prioritizes the most? No, but there have been studies done of like when the AI tends to finish a thing. So gain +1 error score when you extract an artifact. That's quite good. Thank you so much, Anju Kiran, for the Twitch Prime. I feel like Wish You Were Here is probably one of the better ones to go for here. Bodyguarded Lies is quite good too because it's a nice trickle of error score. Kill Lenny, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Automaton Warfare. Automaton Warfare would be good if I was going for Giant Death Robots, but I'm not. Sky and Stars is quite good too. I feel like Wish You Were Here and Sky and Stars are both equally good here for me, but I feel like I'm going to go for Wish You Were Here. No, I'm going to go for Bodyguard Laws. I'm going for spy stuff, and I'm doing a lot of spy operations, and that means it's a 1 error score per spy every 6 turns, and I can have 3 more, and I'm working on spies as we speak. So that's going to be a lot of error score throughout this era, considering it lasts. I'm probably going to get 4 to 5 error score per spy, which is pretty respectable. Thank you so much, Civil Dude, for the Civil Dude 892 for the Twitch Prime. Is that the Civil Dude I know? Okay, so we got the shipyard on Otakuville. The city has now respectable production. I definitely need a builder to throw down a couple of ski resorts here. I know it's probably a bit illogical that ski resorts can go on desert mountains, but listen, don't question the game too much, okay? Oh, I don't like this. All right, so we have Protestantism here. It is here. And I don't want it to be. So that's going to be a couple of extra apostles here and jumping jacks to try to fight this back. I may need more. I may need inquisitors, actually, but I can't start an inquisition. God damn it. So how much for a harvest here? If I wait the 4 turns. Yeah, if I wait the 4 turns, I can harvest out perfectly. Right, insert boom, and we've saved Yagmatana's tiles. Perfect. I use one of these military engineers to connect my empire up with railroads over here, because it would be nice to have rail to move builders between cities.
Imagine going for a nice vacation at a seaside resort, and there's a big wall blocking your view.
I think I need to plug in logistics here, so I'm going to do that next turn to help me build my railroads. Imagine going for a nice vacation at a seaside resort, and there's a big wall blocking your view. True! I mean, look at this seaside resort. Look at this giant wall. How could you actually enjoy this seaside resort? I feel like there's like a comic book or a movie like in the making there. I can actually harvest this feature to finish the wall this turn, and then use this military engineer to build railroads between my cities and save a charge. I think saving the charge is the right move. Seaside resort. Yes. Thank you so much for Soggy Noodle. Add more potato. I don't remember what ADH means. Love? Look. Good luck, potato. Thank you, Soggy Noodle. Imagine going for a nice fate, or it literally means big luck or look big, which basically means good luck. Imagine you're going for a nice vacation at a seaside resort. Do you plan on playing Wilhelmina anytime soon? No. Maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? All right, boom. Seaside resort here. Perfect. Oh, we're getting a ton of tourism now. We should be close. 42 turns away from winning, which is pretty damn good. Hey, level 1 hype train. Hooray, hype. Choo-choo. "33 turns on the Eiffel. We got our first neighborhood, as well as social media. So what we want to do is we definitely want to plug in online communities for that 50% tourism boost. The hard thing is, what do we get rid of? Oof. Oof, 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 oof. I definitely need to keep Public Works. That's an important card. New Deal, quite good, but also could go. Of all the cards I think I would get rid of, it might be New Deal. Religious Orders is like preventing me from losing the game. So I might have to get rid of sports media here. And just live with the fact that I have a little bit less amenities and take online communities. I also need to take logistics so I can move my engineers around a little bit more easily. I think that is the build that we are going for here. Thank you so much, Taco Boy 3000 for the Twitch Prime, and Dr. Baba Ganoush for the Twitch Prime. So the cool thing about using the I guess I'll have to show you it next turn. Never mind. I think I'll pick up Opera and Ballet purely just for the 2 envoys there that I could use to take control of things. And thank you so much, Dang It Scooter, as well, for the Twitch Prime. Rapid deployment, awesome. We've got globalization here. I don't think I care too much about globalization. I'd rather get environmentalism for that 25% tourism boost across my empire. Now, we got our Ferris wheel. Do we go for the aquarium? This gives amenities in the local area. Quite powerful to get a lot of amenities in this area, as well as a little bit of science on our coastal resources. And it leads to the aquatic center, which gives you +2 tourism for each wonder built on the city or adjacent to the coast, which is quite good, as well as a bunch of extra amenities. So this could be quite powerful too. I think I go for the aquatic center for the extra amenities, because having high amenities is quite powerful. Thank you so much, Anonymous Cheerer, for 100 bits. Let's have a look at potential good missions. Not many people built commercial hubs this game, so I'll probably be looking for theater squares maybe to steal from. Like maybe I could steal a few great works from you. I don't think stealing great works is very powerful. I think I'd rather cause some mischief. And if I'm going to cause mischief, it's going to be inside the Incan Empire. So I'll probably head to Machu and see if I can start like recruiting rebels and stealing tech. Let's get our 6th and potentially final spy. We got a neighborhood in Takamatsu, which means it's time to start the biosphere. It's a 21 turn build. Takes quite a while, but considering it's nearly a 2,000 production cost building, we're getting it relatively quickly, and that will open up the potential for solar power and wind power tourism, which is a very, very powerful way to play. Yeah, let's go Seaside Resort here. Lovely. And then you'll grab yourself another builder. In terms of promotions, I don't actually have a huge amount of promotions left that I care too much about. Reina is going to be useful for renewable subsidies, because that's going to be extra even more tourism. Patron Saint could be helpful for Moksha, but I think we just make our way to Parks and Recreation. We might be able to make use of those parks a little bit. What were we looking for? We were looking for something to do with religion. That's right. I need to fight these guys away. So what do we got? Promotion. Translator, not very good. And we also got translator, not very good. Lumber mill here, boom, we're down to 29 turns on the Eiffel Tower, perfect. Let's do another forest. Lumber mill. I'm no longer buying military engineers. Well, might be a mistake though. I could, you know what? I could finish this in a couple turns. I'm going to harvest and then harvest. I'm going to move Magnus. I'm going to move Magnus over to Ramen Alley. So I have a double chop here, which means I need less military engineers to actually fix the city. And then I'll get an engineer onto this deer to try and like do a double chop and finish that real quick. Lumber mill. I'm going for a lot of like disparate ways to get tourism, but they're all kind of coming together nicely. We're ready to continue to steal. I think it would be good to disrupt the rocketry in here. It's a 90% chance of success. Probably lower than that in actuality, but disrupting rocketry would provide me with just a little bit of a time-based buffer zone against my enemies. So unfortunately, a lot of tiles just flooded there. We did get opera and ballet, and I am hearing rock bands. Let's have a little bit of a look for rock. Okay, I don't see any rock bands, so they're obviously happening somewhere else, or they're not having a big impact. Isn't tourism still broken with Monopoly mode? Yeah, that's why we put it on, to make it harder, because Pachacuti is also taking advantage of the Monopoly mode, which is why he has so much tourism, I believe. Oh, he never got a Monopoly. Never mind. I thought he would. If he had, he probably would have won the game. So the nice thing about having +1 movement on your military engineers, it means it allows you to move into difficult terrain and build a railroad. So you see here, I can move into this forest and place a railroad, which means 2 engineers together can build 2 railroads per turn across even difficult terrain. Now, really difficult terrain like hills and stuff like that, a hill forest will still provide a problem, but it means we will be able to connect up these cities quite a bit easier with these mill engineers, which is the goal, of course. Because it means this guy can step here and still build, and then this guy can leapfrog over. So you can kind of do some leapfrogging with your military engineers. Oh, that's not good. That absolutely must be built ASAP. How long until flooding? 8 turns. Well, let's get buying some more military engineers. Lots of flooding over here. Let's revoke this flooding license. And then save these tiles. Yeah, that's fine. So we saved all the tiles. We got Renaissance walls in Fukuoka. Let's quickly grab a theater square. Need to hunt down these religious units. And start placing... I don't know, can I get more production in here? I could theoretically. Kobe needs help. So I think we were going to lay down colossal heads in here, but we discussed it among ourselves and decided that solar panels would be more interesting, so that's what we'll slowly get to work on. Any save recommendations for a score victory? Pick Russia, set the turn limit to 1. Settle your city and instantly win the game. Okay, we are down to 23 turns on our win condition here. That is perfect. Now, I didn't name these cities. These cities were named by chat. So you got an issue, take it up with chat. Alright, boom. Seaside Resort here. Step up there. Oh my god, the flood barrier got way more expensive. Oh, because I bought more tiles. Oh, I messed up. You're supposed to finish the flood barrier, then buy the tiles. Fuck. I messed it up. Yeah. Yeah, it's based on the cost of the number of tiles that you need to cover. Railroad. Railroad. We'll be able to get over there pretty quick. Well, you know what? It's part of life. Sometimes that happens. You screw yourself. You try to be too smart, and the game humbles you. Thank you so much, Hello Planet, for the Twitch Prime. Why can't you rewind the stream on Twitch? They're working on it, I believe. But it's almost just entirely down to the fact that the Twitch as a platform wasn't built for rewinding. It was optimized for live streams. 100% production towards, I would say, I want the moon landing to get wrecked. I'm okay with climate accords. I'm okay with all of this. And climate accords I'm okay with. So having CO2 emission, so CO2 emissions is bad here. Which is not ideal. The climate accords just passed, and yeah, I'm the biggest polluter, which makes sense. It makes sense. Now I could decommission my power plants, but the yields from those power plants are that's not worth the 2 diplomatic victory points, in my opinion. I think it's dumb that you get it for decommissioning nuclear power. It's kind of dumb, in my opinion. So, our next card... I can't remember what just went obsolete there. The hell did I even unlock? Did I just get a wild card out of nowhere? What got obsoleted? Does anyone remember? Or was I getting an extra wildcard slot from something? Shoot. What went obsolete? Vissel Banking isn't in anymore. Boom. Minus 50% of Manhattan Project is pretty predictable from the AI. Not that I care because I'm not going for nukes this game, but still. So let's start feeding in to finish some of these. Oh, these got more expensive. Yeah, I need military engineers over here ASAP. Constant flow of them. It actually made this take longer. Chopping that tile made this take longer. Even though it was like 100 production. Oh god. Is there a reason not to make ski resorts? I don't think there is. Ski resorts are just a net positive. This isn't how the pathing should work. Why is it 2 out of 3? Oh, because the card got reset. My government got... Yeah. Okay, well, I can do this. Alright, down to 24 turns on the Eiffel, which is pretty good. She wants to sell me a couple of great works. I'm going to accept that deal. Every little great work that I get is a step towards victory. I refuse to stop my operations.
All material things
Now we got access to composites, and we could do wind farms. One of my spies was captured. That's unfortunate. We're getting somewhere in the region of 5 to 10 tourists per turn. Let's come over here to Pachachut. Listen, dude. Give me this. So 27 gold is nothing. Absolutely nothing, because I can just send it right back over. To Antawalia and go back to stealing gold there. That's exactly what I'm going to do, because I'm a treacherous bastard. Now, interesting thing to note about how tourism works is that you cannot get tourism from tiles that are more than 3 tiles away from your city. So if I put a wind farm here, it will give renewable power, but it will not give me tourism in the late game unless that has changed. So once I finish the biosphere, I'll be able to show you that if someone reminds me. Otherwise, I'm 100% going to forget. Make sure we keep buying military engineers. Feed an engineer in here. Keep feeding engineers. Boom, boom, boom. And another one. All right, awesome. We can finish the flood barrier next turn. So you're going to make a railroad. You're going to step forward and make a railroad. You step up and make a railroad. We're going to railroad our way over to here and try and save these cities. That's so that reinforcing engineers. The reason I'm doing the railroad is, yes, it's slowing me down from getting to those cities, but it means that any reinforcing engineers that I bring will be able to get there relatively quickly. I am doing like 3 independent railroads, which is probably a mistake, but, you know, criticize me all you like. I don't care. How many textile biosphere? I have biosphere. I'm currently building it. 16 turns. Now, in theory, I should be able to attack into the water, kill this guy, and kill Protestantism in the area, and potentially convert some cities. Buy myself more time on that religious victory. Speaking of buying myself time on the religious victory. 800 turns. I am Hinduism pressuring back. Missing open borders with just Eleanor, so that's fine. Keep stealing gold from the Incas. War? Why?
Plan violently executed.
Did my ally declare war? My ally declared war the turn my alliance ended. This is really bad for me. I don't want to... I don't want to be at war. This kind of screws me a little bit. Can't windmills can't be put on water until you unlock offshore wind farms, which are unlocked the predictive systems, which are a very, very late game technology in the future era. These windmills are wind farms. They can only be placed on hills tiles. I think it's time for the aquatic center. It's a ton of amenities and it's a ton of tourism. Boom, boom, boom. Jumping jacks, archaeologist done. And really annoyingly, he has all of the antiquity sites that I want to be hitting. So that's like super hyper giga annoying. And he might try to invade the New World, which is going to be even more annoying because I don't want to deal with that. So, like, this whole declaring war thing is, like, super not my vibe. I'm not vibing right now. Can you tell? Alright. Railroad. Can you make it to this city? You can, just about.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
So we've got a convergence of railroads starting to happen. Good news. Thank you so much, Jamie McKenzie. Cleo's going to get walloped. I really don't think so. She has late game city strength. He has bombards and AT crews. Unless he's rocking like 3 to 4 bombers, there's no way this war goes anywhere without my intervention. This war is like irrelevant. I mean, she is doing the Manhattan Project, which I guess might work out in her favor. So we got our archaeologists and jumping jacks. What would give me the most tourism in the city? And it's probably a neighborhood to go for a shopping mall. So I'm just going to do that. Either that or a builder. Wipe out the Inca? No, I want to do it without war. I want to win without war. Now, I do lose a lot of my boosts here. I lose basically 100% of my tourism pressure against him, which really, really sucks because I was hoping for more. But I think it's fine. We'll piece him out in 9 to 10 turns, and we'll act like nothing ever happened. Because as we all know, nothing ever happens. La Venta. I don't want to be at war with you, so I'm just going to like take Season 3 of La Venta. I want those colossal heads. This is why you sit on your envoys. Everyone always asks me, Potato, why don't you use your envoys? Why don't you spend them? It's so that you can take suzerainty of key city-states like La Venta when you need to. Yeah, that is me impersonating the virgin chatters who criticize my gameplay. Everyone I disagree with has an obnoxious voice. The archer is going to defend Sushiville? Hell yeah, dude. Do you have containment yet? What the hell is containment? Oh, I probably should have that plugged in. But the problem is I have all these cards plugged in. That's how I sound when I backseat game. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, so what am I doing in the city of Timisoara to claw my way? I could build Bolshoi Theater, 26 turns. Alternatively, I could put way less turns into a neighborhood and get comparative amounts of tourism. I don't think stealing from Sheffield will really yield much, but I may as well start doing it to level up my spies, because completing spy missions is worth era score, if you remember. Grab myself another trader. I'm actually amazed that you survived the start of this game. Honestly, I'm a little bit baffled myself how we managed to pull it through. So you do the leapfrog and the leapfrog and two tiles a turn. We're making our way over here. Probably not fast enough, if I'll be honest with you. But the important thing is that all of the military engineers that follow along this path get over here way faster. So reinforcing military engineers make their way here super fast. Let's sell some goods. We haven't sold stuff in a while. I'll get some raw gold from you. I'll get some raw gold from you. I'm looking for raw gold now. Let's add a random assortment of things. And we're all good. So now I have the money to continuously purchase more military engineers to keep sustaining. This is one thing I don't love. Even though it is a really satisfying puzzle to take part in, I don't love the late game sort of, you know, you're primarily spamming builders around and stuff like that, and it's a lot of tile improving happens in the late game. In a tourism game, while it is satisfying, sometimes it's a lot. It's a lot of micro. Make your way back to that. Here to heal. It's not bad, it's just a lot. So we're starting to shave turns off this flood barrier. Oh dear. Well, these units won't do anything. It's only a lot if your empire is large. That's a good point. My empire is like absurdly huge, and that's contributing significantly to the amount of busy work that I have to partake in. How is the space race going? All right, looks like I've more or less stopped him. Wilhelmina is still doing okay. I'll have to start pillaging her spaceports with my spies. But otherwise, we're doing okay. Right, now I can do the triple leapfrog if I'm careful with how I do it. Boom, boom, boom. So now we're moving at 3 tiles per turn towards this. We've made it to Matsumoto, so now reinforcing military engineers can get there in like 2 or 3 turns. And now I've got a chain of 4 military engineers down here moving as one. I don't know how many more military engineers I'm going to need, but I am going to just continue to produce them. Because you can do interesting things with them. So I got a builder in Otakuville. I don't remember why. I think it was actually to get these ski resorts up. So the ski resorts are going. Do I have the appeal here? No, I don't really. Not until Eiffel Tower. I can't change these Nazca lines to seasides. I think I'm going to buy this tile to secure it from flooding. A seaport wouldn't be bad for gold income. The real move, though, is probably to build a neighborhood. Or to just have a lot of builders in reserve for continuing to retool my empire. Like, it's just objectively the best way for me to get tourism is to make builders right now. And in the long run. Although, then again, in Otakaville, what I could also do is work some campus research grants to try and convert my science, or even just focus on science to try and shave a few turns off of these techs. Although these techs have prices in like the thousands, so like 2 or 3 science in a city isn't going to like shave that much time off. Like if I do this project 15%, that's like an extra 4 science here plus a little bit here. I mean, I guess it'll shave a turn or 2 off, so we'll do that for a little while. The sooner I get to that, we got our first wind farm down in preparation for the biosphere. Biosphere is only 13 turns away. I don't really have a way to speed that up unless I focus on food and then production, and then lock in the high food tiles over the high production tiles. That would allow me to grow faster, but I can't grow I don't have enough high food tiles in here to grow faster than it would take to build. So I may as well just do that. I definitely, as a player, one of my biggest evolutions, I would say, in the last 6 months has been that I respect the growth. I respect the growth a lot more than I used to. I used to think growth was worthless. Ow, I just hurt my neck moving. Could you someday make a video about what unit promotions are good and what combos to make when leveling up units? Yeah, definitely. No wonder engineers left? No, only space race once. We got screwed out of that, unfortunately. Why can't I put a colossal head here? Oh. That explains it. I wasn't Susan of Laventa. Big thing I'm waiting for is Eiffel Tower right now. That is like the big... Eiffel Tower and Biosphere are my 2 big key sort of go gadget win the game items right now. Oh, Johnny Death Robot. It's kind of scary. So replaceable parts makes our farms better and gives pasture improvements +1 production. Not really a big deal. We did fail to steal. It's okay. And we got another spy. Let's look for spaceports in particular. I cannot spy on my ally. So that puts a little bit of a timer on the game. Although it does say that I win in 12 turns, which I don't think is accurate. What else could I do? I guess neighborhoods are fun to like start some shit on. How does the builder have 3 movement points? It's because I have the logistics card plugged in, giving me +1 movement to all of my units if they start inside my territory, and that includes builders. Right, boom. First guy fed in, which is perfect. 20% of that production is done instantly. So how we cross this matters a lot. This first guy is going to go... Well, the guy at the back, you can make it to the city and make the railroad. Then you can make it to here and make this. You can then climb the hill and place a railroad, and then you should be able to scoot all the way past. So by moving your engineers in the correct order, you can actually build 4 railroads per turn, even through difficult terrain. Although not extremely difficult terrain, but through difficult terrain. So now we're approaching Kobe at a rate of 4 railroad tiles per turn. I may break off the first lead railroad guy and send him there. Because there's another railroad guy coming up at the rear, and I don't think it's really efficient to move 5 like this. Railroads just for movement. It's so I can get military engineers to where they need to be to repair these flood barriers. It would have like, yes, I spent a lot of time like railroading my way over here, but I have another 5 turns to get there. So I should be able to do it. And it means now reinforcing military engineers to the north here. These ones can cut their way across the continent in like a handful of turns, which is like a big deal. Some of these aren't going to get built because I got to them late, but it's okay. Plus, railroads are just fun. I don't always do... Like, these days, I no longer do everything purely because it makes sense to do it. Sometimes I just do things because they're fun. That's like my new way to play. It's just that, you know... I don't know, it's just... If something is fun to do, I'm probably going to do it.
No one would
Making railroads is fun. Because you get that big satisfying, you know, railroad movement. Because like, look how much movement potential my units have, right? I can move so far. How long until peace? 6 turns until I can peace out the Inca. I think that's the last of the military engineers. Once the flooding happens perfectly here, that's it, it's over. Any China playthroughs lately? I'd love to see how many wonders you can pull off with builder spam on the right cards. You could probably get like 5 or 6 wonders in the early game. But beyond that, you're going to just struggle because you're spending too much time on things that aren't science and culture. I see the Netherlands has kind of given up on trying to convert me. With which I am okay. Trying to find tiles I haven't already like heavily improved. Money ain't getting you any tourism? Yeah, it does. You could buy Great Works. Well, I can't buy them right now because I'm at war with the guy who has them, but usually you can buy them. Alright, let's yoink an artifact to Cleopatra. Perfect. So saying 12 turns was... It's saying 12 turns last turn. If I refresh this, 23 turns. So we're like a pretty reasonable distance. From winning. But I think we can do it. All right. Feed a builder. Feed a builder. One more charge. Should do it. So, let's think about how we do a 4-man leapfrog. I think we do railroad. You always start from the back and you go forward unless you hit a hill. And then you can do a 4-man leapfrog. Movement cost of 1. So that would be 1. Yeah, I think I might be able to almost make it to Kobe next turn and start feeding builders in. Got a trader in Wambert. The amount of micromanagement that's required here in the late game is kind of crazy. No one's building the biosphere, right? Because that would just, I would just lose my mind if someone was, okay, no one's building the biosphere. I would actually just completely Alt F4, go to war with everyone. I would declare war on the world if someone built the biosphere before me, because I'd spent so much of my game plan around that. Barbie Girl 14 lol says, hi, new here. Hey, maybe you should change your name, okay? You're gonna attract the wrong kind of attention. This is the internet. Nobody has your best interest at heart. Do you have any tips that can help me stay active in my Civ Humankind games? So in the late game, mid game, I'm not just hitting next turn button because I think I've done what I can. It really just comes down to practice, and also take a break. If that's what's happening in your late game, it's almost entirely buy another naturalist. I think I could actually afford to do that if I go chunk and then buy a naturalist.
Very simple was my explanation.
I like how you see us, like degenerates, filthy spud. You maybe remember how my parents kept telling me to believe everything on the internet, only for them to believe everything they see on the internet now. True! Although this is like basic gamer take these days. The reality is, everyone always believed everything they read on the internet. They just lied about it. Okay, so that would be, let me see. He's got 2 movements, so he started outside my borders, so I don't think he can make it. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that would be a quarter move. That would be, yeah, it would be a full move. So he can't assist this turn. You can assist by building a railroad. Straight through the Eye of the Sahara. And boom, we got a railway all the way to the city. And now this guy, no, he can't make it because he started outside the city. Oh, that might be the GG that we were looking for. Oof. Finish that. Get into Ramen Alley. No more time to screw around, sadly, to make railroads. Dudes just need to get to their destination. Get over here and get in the water. Get onto land. We might be able to save some of these cities. Why do everybody make these kind of rails or something? They're just fun to make, that's why. There is no real advantage to it, to be honest. Military engineer. Do railroad connected cities get a production boost like in Civ 5? No. It's just fun. So, 100 science deficit. How do I make this city better for tourism? And I'm going to finish that Theatre Square Festival. And again, it comes down to builders. It comes down to the fact that the second I finish The second I finish the biosphere, my tourism potential goes massive. Okay, one of my spies was killed. That means I actually am going to come back over here to 100 science deficit and instead build a spy. Ice Cold Furries had its furries drowned. Well, look, we couldn't save the furries, all right? It couldn't happen. We still have a full 100% monopoly, though, so I don't think we care too much. 9 turns until I win. Wow. Game is being generous. It's starting to break up all of our old infrastructure. Swap that tile. You come forward. Make me a national park. Boom. Perfect. Delete, 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 delete. More national parks. We're up over the critical 1,000 tourism per turn. I don't see any enemy religious units. No, we're looking okay. I am a little bit worried. Man, I wish I could do Inquisitors, but I'm a little bit worried. What's the flip time on this? Oh, the flip time is forever. It's never happening. We're fine. $260% tourism boost from monopolies. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have had monopolies on, but I felt like it made the game more fun. But maybe it is just too broken. I know, but that's like a little bit of brokenness is part of the fun, no? Maybe the game would have been a lot closer. I mean, it is still like super close. I wouldn't have even probably been in the running. I would have had to go domination. So in that sense, they say the best way to visit Sushiville on a summer day, the sun sets and the light of the water park come alight. I mean, to be fair, right? If you think about, right, the tourism boost I'm getting from this is 204%. Consider that I own literally like half of the world's luxury resources, okay? Consider that. I own, like, of course I should get some kind of benefit. I managed to secure half the world's luxuries. No? Disagree? Aquatic Center in the capital. Boom. University. Just for a little bit of extra science because we're running out of things to build. Really, it doesn't need turns to go by. In Tokyo, there's not a whole lot I can do to improve my tourism. I could get myself a entertainment complex, which I will do because it's a little bit of appeal to these national parks. I'm curious what tile of my empire has the most tourists. So, 23 on the old world, which is this theater square right here. Even my wonders don't actually have that many. Like, look at this. The mausoleum has only generated 1,000 tourism across the whole game. It's not like that much. Like, realistically, it's like a little bit. What else we got? We got 35 from this national park because it's made 3,000 tourism. Now, that is a good tile. You can see why national parks are so highly valued. Look how many tourists they absorb. Now, the really nice thing is, too, if you go for the Renaissance Wall strategy, you get a nice little bit of passive tourism on all of your cities. Each of these cities has dragged in 5 tourists. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Just dragging in a little bit of tourism from every single city. And then look at these older seaside resorts. or rather these newer, wait. What? What? Why isn't this tourisming? I don't understand. Anyway, like even these newer like 18 tourism from a single seaside resort. That's powerful. That's powerful. All right, let's start feeding it to Kobe. Kobe LaBeouf. Is he getting close to a win? Absolutely. It's saying I'm 8 turns away from winning. I'm probably a little bit more than 8 turns away, but we're definitely right on the verge of a victory. On the verge. It's getting hard to click on things. Biosphere ETA, 8 turns. Can't get it any faster, unfortunately. We did get our sanctuary in Osaka. Somehow these tiles flooded. I thought we built our flood barrier in time, but apparently not. We got our sanctuary in Osaka, which is a nice boost to the yields here. Man, this whole game is just filled with like really, really cool moments, like yields and all that kind of thing. What's the best way? Honestly, the horrible thing is nothing but builders actually helps me win the game here. Oh shoot, I never unlocked capitalism for stock exchanges, so we'll quickly stop off at capitalism. And the sucky thing about builders is that they take so much micromanagement. So, here I get a chance to show you that tiles more than 3 tiles away from your city will not generate tourism. I just built this colossal head and it has no tourism symbol. Now, of course, it is slightly buggy because for some reason a couple of things don't have tourism symbols. But usually things will have a tourism symbol over them. I wonder why these aren't working. It's so odd. Usually when you instantaneously build a thing, like here, no tourism symbol, colossal head, boom. No. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? Let's reload the game because there's something weird going on. Something's not right. Does building monopoly products help tourism? Yes, kind of. I think China walls do. Nope. China walls are actually how I discovered that it doesn't work.
A world of information rests in the palm of your hand, and networks for instantaneous communication span the globe. Yet a unified vision of our future has never been built. We compete in technology, culture, and politics. We have deadly weapons that could destroy our planet. Lead us carefully.
Is it working now? Yeah. So you can see here. Wait, what? Why is it now working? Okay, I'm pretty sure it says, now if I remember correctly how it works is, it says that it's generating tourism, but because it's 4 tiles away, it's not actually generating tourism. See, the lifetime accumulation is 0, lifetime accumulation is 0, lifetime accumulation is 23. It says that it's, reloading, refresh the UI. It says that it's generating tourism, but it's actually not accumulating any, because in order for an item to generate tourism and accumulate it, it has to be within 3 tiles of a city. So if I wanted this tourism, if I wanted to claim this tourism, I would have to settle a city here and claim these tiles. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. All right, Kobe. I like how these tiles aren't flooded anymore, even though they are flooded. All right. Add military engineer. Add military engineer. You're supposed to be in the water. I'm so confused. I think I broke the game, guys. Anyway, get in here. I think reloading messed with things. Because this is all supposed to be flooded. Okay, this is so weird. All these are submerged. But whatever reason, reloading the game like messed up the thing. Like, this is actually a flooded tile. Is settling a bad desert city worth it for the tourism from improvements? Probably in the late game, yeah. Two turns. What happens when your city grows and you build a park, but one tile of the park is on the fourth ring of tiles? I actually haven't tested that. That's something I haven't tested. I would assume that one of two things could happen. Either it counts it based on the tile of the national park that shows that it's a national park. Like, for example, here, it counts it based on this tile, or the tiles that are outside of the 4 range don't actually just, the like individual tiles don't generate tourism. My guess would be that it would be this tile here is where the tourism is accumulating. And so as long as this is within 3 tiles of your city, you're fine. Can you build it in the 4th ring? You can. If a city grows big enough for a long enough period of time. It just almost never comes up in DD games because the land gets filled up. So, do I want another district in my capital? There's not a whole lot of options for things. Bolshoi Theatre, Sydney Opera House. I'm just going to build the Sydney Opera House just for memes. Can you explain how to count the distance between tiles? I never know whether a city will get a certain production from a factory or X. Okay, it's very simple. All you have to do is you start on the tile, you press G for grid, okay? Press G and you see the little grid appearing. It's kind of hard to see, but there is a little grid here. You start on the tile, and then every time you cross the edge of a hexagon, you increment your number by 1. So I cross the hedge 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a power plant from here would reach all the way to here. And I can confirm that that's how it works by going here to my power plant, right? Power plants have a range of 6. It reaches this tile here. So if I count in a straight line, turn on this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? See, you basically, every time you step one tile, you increment. So cities can be 1, 2, 3. I could have put a city here. What if there isn't a straight line? You just count. It's always a straight line. As long as you are always moving away from the origin. So like, this is the origin, okay? As long as I am always moving away from this, I'm fine. If I go like 1, 2, 3, that's dumb because I moved back towards this. So as long as I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's still in range of a power plant. But a more easy way to do it is to just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now any tile in a straight line for another 6 tiles is also in range, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I know that if I count out 6 tiles in one direction, I can then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so if I want to know if a tile here is in range, I just count in a straight direction, 6 tiles, and then another 6 tiles in a straight direction. And if the tile I want to hit is inside that triangle, I know it'll hit it. Trigonometry, boys. Or like, geometry? Use triangles to your help. Do you have extra lenses as well? I do. City overlap is a good one. So the city overlap overlay tells you the number of tiles that occupy, that if you were to build a thing like a industrial zone, how many cities would it hit? Okay, so let's say we have the default range is 6. Okay, a range of 6. Or 4. Let's say we were trying to build a Temple of Artemis. If I was trying to build a Temple of Artemis, you can also use this range finding tool in this thing is really helpful. So if I want to see what's hit by this industrial zone, I hover here and I can see that every red little marker is hit. But let's say I was like, oh man, I want to build a Temple of Artemis, but I don't know where to build it. You turn on this city overlap map mode. I have links to all my UI mods in my videos underneath them. You go to the tile, right, that you want to build it on, and then you reference the color. So like, depending on the color up here in the top right-hand key, I know that any of these tiles would hit 4 cities. But if it was only for the Temple of Artemis, only these tiles would hit 4 cities. So you can use this information. I know that, for example, blue corresponds to hitting 6 cities. So I know if I built an industrial zone on any of these 6 tiles, it would hit 6 cities. I also know that if I built an industrial zone here, it hit 5 cities. Or here, it would hit 5 cities, right? And you can kind of tell that generally towards the center of your cities, you're going to have brighter colors. Now, if you go up to 9, you can see the colors get real interesting because the range of a 9 industrial zone is insane. Like, I could build an industrial zone here and hit half of this continent. So, like, I think it goes all the way up to 12, actually. I think you can get a 12 range industrial zone, which literally hits an entire continent. Like, it's crazy how much +1 range makes a difference. Yeah, Mexico is crazy. It's actually insane for electricity. And then if you combine Mexico with Magnus's ability of industrialist, where power plants provide +1 power, you can get a really, really, really efficient power plant that hits a bunch of cities. For 9, it's James Watt. Yeah, for 9, it's no. Is it Tesla? Yeah. For Tesla, Tesla gives you +3 range. If you have the mausoleum, you can use this twice, so it goes up to 12. And then if you combine that with Mexico, it can go up to it can go all the way up to 15, I think is the maximum. The absolute maximum is 15. So theoretically, if I were to do that range, somewhere over here, like, I would have to use the developer tools to unlock free camera to just show how huge a 15 tile range is. This military engineer has outlived his usefulness, so he's going to be promptly deleted. So you can spend 2 charges of Nikola Tesla in the same city if you have a mausoleum? Yes. Not always the most efficient thing to do, but it can be done. Alright, let's finish this flood barrier. Now we're going to flood barrier feed, and then flood barrier feed. So we finished more flood barriers. I got 16 turns according to this. Ice cold furries, boom. Need to get more engineers to the north. And I think that's all the cities I could have saved. I'm not loving having the flood graphics. Hang on a minute. Just going to quickly restart the game. Why does the game sound so dull? I don't know. I don't know how to fix it. It's been doing this for a while, and I don't know. It was like when I swapped over to my new mixer, it happened. I think it might have something to do with me using Voicemeeter Banana to route the sound through different things. But it started happening, and I don't know why it sounds so dull. It's like it's weird. It's like, did I do something with my voice meter? No, not voice recording. Like I didn't do anything with my voice meter other than feed it through different things. So I don't understand why. Like I didn't do anything to my aux. Yeah, just really confusing.
A world of information rests in the palm of your hand.
I think you should always put it in the same city. I think you should put it in the same city unless you have like a huge empire.
Has never been built. We compete in technology, culture, and politics.
Okay, now the tiles are properly flooded. Okay, we fixed it. So we managed to save Kobe, which means seaside resorts out the Wazunga. Bazunga. We're just kind of in a holding pattern until Biosphere and Eiffel Tower are complete. Although I may actually win before that happens, which is kind of like silly. But I'm perpetually 8 turns away from winning, which is kind of fun. I could decommission my power plants. I don't care enough to decommission. What am I doing in this place? I don't think I meant neighborhoods. Do you think Kobe will have beef with you for chopping its cattle taws a while back? True, probably. I know we're only siphoning 26 gold, but it's a high success chance mission to increase the level of my spy. That's why I'm doing it. A lot of my units, I'm just going to sit them still now. The exception of these military engineers. And the reason I'm sitting them still is because I don't really have much I can do with my land until certain things happen. We're in a holding pattern, basically. I need Eiffel Tower and Christo. And like renewable. I need Biosphere and Eiffel, basically, to really do anything right now.
The inherent vice
So
of capitalism.
we do have shopping malls, which are nice. 6 turns until I won. But I am just laying down what little bit of extra infrastructure I can, but it's probably unnecessary. Do you think Civ 7 will employ octa-directional movement or even deca? Unfortunately, you can't tile octagons unless they're squares. And what I mean by that is, it's a pretty simple mathematical thing. I think pretty much everyone knows that there's only certain things you can like tile. One of them, triangles are one of them. Squares are one of them. Can't remember if pentagons are. Diamonds can. And then you get to hexagons, and that's it. These are all the tileable things. You cannot tile another regular shape. You can even mix and match these all together to make interesting things. However, if you take a square and you put 8 squares around it, I know these are going to be shitty squares. And then you could just move to any of those 8 squares. Technically, you have octagonal movement, and people have agreed that hexagonal movement is superior to octagonal movement because octagonal movement is what we used to use, and the problem with octagonal movement is that you're moving 1.4 times in the direction diagonally than you are orthogonally, which I think is correctly, which means that, you know, even though that the distance this way is like, you know, 2.8, it takes the same amount of movement to move 2, essentially, and it just looks wrong. People have agreed on hexagonal movement being better because it's the closest shape you can get to a circle. It's why, because bees, pro tip, guess what? Bees aren't trying to make hexagons. They're trying to make circles. It's just that circles pack, if you pack circles together perfectly and then fill in the voids, you make hexagons. And so it's just a packing efficiency thing that preserves distance based on direction. And I mean, technically, guess what? These are actually squares. These are actually squares, by the way. These aren't hexagons. This is a grid of squares. Let me show you how it works. This is a grid of squares. I think that should be good enough. If I grab this, transparent selection, Control Shift V. Can I rotate? How do you rotate things? 180. It's not working. Hang on. Let me just... I'll show you how it's a grid of squares. It's just that it's a graphically morphed grid of squares where you can only move in one diagonal. That's the technical explanation of how you actually do this hexagonal movement. So normally when you're doing a grid like this row might be like x1, x2, x3, x4, and so on, okay? And so on and so on. And then this would be y1, y2, y3, y4, and so on and so on and so forth. So this is y1, comma, x1, okay? And that's the square's identity. And in order to get a square's identity, you just basically draw a straight line from this. So this is y1, x2. And what you basically do in order to turn orthogonal movement into hexagons is you just allow movement in this in these directions. You allow upwards movement, you allow downwards movement, you allow left movement, you allow left movement. So this is a normal. And then you just allow one diagonal worth of movement. And then you don't allow this diagonal, and then you warp them so that they look hexagonal graphically, and then you get this. Because I guarantee you, every single one of these tiles has like an x1, y1, or an x and y coordinate, and it's basically just a graphically morphed grid of squares. That's all that a hexagonal grid is. So it doesn't require any really fancy math. All you have to do is say that like this square can move one in any direction, except if it's moving negatively in two directions or positively in two directions. So if you imagine this is positive, this is negative x, this is positive y, this is negative y. So it can never move positively in two directions or negatively in two directions. So these squares don't connect, if that makes sense. So that's mathematically how you do this. I wonder if that's the actual underground representation. Absolutely, 100% how it's done. In the vast majority of hexagonal-based games, you start with a square grid, and then you graphically just morph it. Like, mathematically, this is a square grid. That's what you're looking at here. Is Potato a programmer? I used to make games as a hobby, and I wanted to make a 4X game one time, and so I looked up how to do this. And this is how most people do hexagonal grids in games. So like, how it would work is, how you map this onto a hexagonal grid would be something like this. Let me just quickly make a small hexagonal grid. So that's one. Like this, okay. So you still just preserve, this is the x positive direction, and this is the y positive direction. And so this is x1, y1. This is x2, y2, y1. So this is all the y1. And then the x1, all you have to do is snake back and forth. So this is x1, this is x1, this is x1. And so that's how you offset it. You basically take these squares and you shift each row over slightly to graphically represent it. And so in theory, if you're looking at this, right, this is x3, x4, this is y, you see, this would be y2, x2. In theory, if this was still a square grid, these 2 points would actually connect. But because we disallow movements into positive or negative movements in the same direction, like you can't go negative y and negative x or positive y and positive x, these are no longer connected, so mathematically they're hexagons. And then if you want to do a world wrap, it's just as easy as like when you get to the end of this list, x, y, 100, you just add a wraparound. So there's a path to x1, whatever. But 2 cases every time have to be ignored. Yeah. Listen. Where's Carl? Carl! I guarantee you he would confirm. I'd be shocked if that's not how they did it, because it's the mathematically simplest way, because you literally you make a square grid and you just make it so that some of the movements aren't allowed. It's like so easy. If you can make a square grid and have units move on a square grid, you can make a hexagonal grid. It's actually that easy. This would be better. I'm going to turn this into a forest, because this will give me +1 tourism on this tile, as well as +2 tourism on each of these tiles because of the crystal redentor multiplying that. So the internet suggests that there is an offset, which is what you're describing, cube and axial coordinates as well. I kind of like super simplified it because it's been a long time since I looked it up. But essentially what I said is true, and if you were to research it, you'd be like, okay, you're missing a couple of pieces, but you're more or less on the money. For sure, there's going to be like things I left out and maybe nuances that I didn't capture there with what I was saying. But in the general case, most of the time, you're going to find what I said to be true. It was supposed to be an adjacency Japan game, and now it's a tourism game. Exactly. We actually learned a lot of really useful information playing this game. This episode is a giga long, and Morbus is going to kill me, by the way. Foment unrest. Steal gold. Four turns until I win. I never even got to finish the Eiffel Tower or the Biosphere. That's incredibly disappointing. Legitimately disappointed that I never got to build those wonders.
Rocky science has been myth.
So now that the game is almost over, I'm just going to start telling all my units to stand still while I end the turns, using my tell units to be quiet hotkey rather than shift entering. New save game after this? Probably not. I'm going to go sort out medication for my back, maybe. I just wanted to get this game finished. It should have been finished on Monday, but I hurt my back having a nap on Sunday, so, that's how we get here. But we might figure out something to do after this. Two turns until I win, baby. Oh, we finished the Biosphere. Hooray! Amazing. We never even unlocked solar farms. But the cool thing is, now all of these, and I can confirm again that these are not accumulating tourism, but the cool thing is now that oh my god, 10 tourism? That's insane. 10 tourism? We need to do like a solar powered tourism victory. I might do a bit of theory crafting on that after this, actually. We'd have a little bit of fun. Very impressive comeback, Mr. Potato. I'm super proud of this game. It was a ton of fun. I got to show off an extremely grueling early war. And I hit Shift Enter, and I win the game. Because I'm a god.
The worth of a culture is not measured by its accomplishments, but in how those accomplishments last and how they are remembered. The beauty that you have inspired our people to create will ensure that our culture stands for all time.
Thank you, thank you. I'll accept, you know, Twitch Primes, donations, bits, everything. Any primers to celebrate my victory? Awesome. Beautiful, wonderful. This was the hardest game. Okay, I really want to emphasize here, player science. This isn't even going to do it justice, okay? I legitimately made less than 10 science for the first 100 turns of the game. Okay? This is the marker that shows 120 science, alright? I don't even reach the 24 like the 22 science marker until halfway through this game. Let me put that again. I didn't reach 20 science for the first 145 turns of this game. Something like that. I was caught in a grueling war. Units killed. Look at this. This is like turn 10. And it's just war. Forever. Until here. And then it's peace. Look at this. Total religions founded? None. Because only losers found religions. I actually built a surprising number of wonders this game. I almost never build wonders because I think wonders are very, just generally, they're not as good as they were in Civ 5 and they're harder to build in Civ 6. But look at my player score. I never even beat the AI. It's crazy. Player faith. What is faith generation, buddy? Look how far behind I am. Player culture. I literally... This is 170. So this would be like 30 culture. I didn't hit 30 culture until a turn 160. Okay. Districts constructed. My God, I didn't build my first district until turn like 65. Cities captured. That's it. Now, this doesn't show you that I captured a bunch of cities, but most of them ended up getting razed or recaptured because I kept losing the cities to independence. And so I eventually just had to start raising them. And then this is when I hit the New World. Right here, around turn 160, I hit the New World and it's settlers. And that's also coincidentally exactly when my culture goes. And so does my science. Although actually, my science remained fairly steady. It was weak up until here. Then I started building on my campuses. Then I hit the New World. So. How many units lost? I actually don't think... Yeah, I didn't even lose that many units this game. Now keep in mind, okay, I am literally in a death war for the first 160 turns of the game, a permanent, never-ending giga war, and I lost, in that time, like 5 units. Maybe 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 units I lost in that giga war. Okay? That was a 160-turn giga war against DEITY AI, and I lost 4 units. And I think 3 of them were archers. And 1 of them was a warrior. Look how many warriors... Oh my God, the war... Oh yeah, this is... Whew. Total cities destroyed. Really? I totally killed cities. I don't know why I don't have a graph here. Player gold. This graph is useless. Number of great people earned. Oh my God, look at this. I never even got a look. I never even got a sniff. A crumb of great person, milady. Not even a crumb. Not a crumb of great person did I get this game. Not even a crumb. Yikes. Don't yikes me, bro. Player error score. I feel like I did okay on error score, actually. Number of combats. Look at it. This is me and her fighting. You could tell when people's like graphs move together, you can tell they're fighting with each other. Oh my god. Sarah Nair, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. I love you all very much, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. My god. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take like 5 minutes. Get myself a sippy sip. Maybe we'll play more Civ. Maybe we'll test out a Biosphere Tourism game. And take a few minutes. Whew, got myself some Nurofen ibuprofen. Biosphere game with solar power sounds quite interesting, but what to do till you get to that point of the tech tree? Well, that's what we would theory craft, right? Hang on. 200 milligrams each, so okay. Wait, are these chewables? Why do they taste sweet? I'm gonna assume they're not chewables and just swallow them. I'm gonna go have my dinner here in a minute, but let's just say, for the sake of hypotheticals here, let's talk about how we might. The difficulty and stuff like that doesn't matter. Let's do some. Oh well.
Beneath water, to the great beasts of the Stone Age.
Actually, that's a really good point. If we're going to be planning a biosphere game, now that we've finished our Japan game, who do we play? That's actually I think it is worth an examination of like, how do we get to biosphere? So let's talk about biosphere, right? So in order to get to biosphere, you have to get to synthetic materials. That's 30 techs deep into the tech tree. Which means in order to get here quickly, we have to play a science game. So my hypothesis is here, right? Just to start out with, we'll kind of go over this, is that if you were going to go for a biosphere game, you would start out science, right? Production, then you would transition into archaeologists. So it would be some sort of like either tall science or mass expand early game. Then you would transition into some sort of production based build so that you can build late game wonders quickly. You would probably want, in like every city, you'd want neighborhoods. You would want to use neighborhoods for extra tourism. I think you would skip walls in this build. In this particular way of doing it is you would skip the walls. Because if you think about it, walls are expensive, right? 80 production. Now, technically 40 because you can build them twice as fast. And technically as low as 20 or as low as 30 if you can build them double speed with the World Congress thing. But this is already 300 production. So like 300 to 600 production for +6 tourism per turn in your city is pretty it's pretty crazy. So I feel like you're going to want to do either tall science or mass expand. You're going to want to have you're definitely going to want lots of land. You want a river. So I would estimate that you would go science into production, and then you would transition into archaeologists plus mass builder. And the reason you go archaeologist is because you need to get rid of some of those antiquity sites that appear. If you're going hard science, you may as well get moon landing for the extra tourism. Moon landing gives you culture, although not a bad move potentially. So the problem is, if you're just going straight biosphere, then you scale off of the number of tiles in your empire. So like, once you get to biosphere, you can't stop. You actually need to hard science push. So I think in order to do this, we would have to do a lot of boosting along the way. Like I'm talking, build 2 aerodromes, build an oil well, extract an artifact, build, like we would want to be bouncing back and forth through this tech tree, getting as many boosts as possible. So we would need like an extremely well planned game plan here. We would need extremely planned. Tourism from some sources may be banned to make it more interesting. That makes it just like a very one-dimensional game. Like if I was going for a biosphere challenge, sure. If I was going for a biosphere challenge, I would ban all other types of tourism. But what I'm trying to think about, how do other sources of tourism synergize with biosphere? And to that end, I actually think neighborhoods, huge investment for +6 tourism versus +10 from a tile improve. So I actually think you wouldn't build neighborhoods in this game. You would skip neighborhoods. And if you're skipping neighborhoods, that says to me slightly smaller cities. And also, don't care about appeal. That's what this is telling me, is that if you're going for a biosphere game, you super don't care about appeal. You don't care about neighborhoods. No neighborhoods or national parks. Which tells me that potentially this is a zero faith game. This is a zero faith or low faith game, right? Now, you could do something like Jesuit education or something like that. Probably going to be don't care about appeal because we're going entirely for late game renewable energy, which means builders are king. I feel like pyramids is a good wonder. So like if we're thinking of wonders, right? Pyramids, good wonder for this plus build charge. What else? Oh, ski resorts. That's a good call. If we're not going for appeal, ski resorts. We're coming up with a strategy. So how am I getting culture this game? How am I getting culture this game? How am I getting culture this game? Yeah, that's also true. In order to even build the biosphere, we have to get urbanization. So we have to be in the industrial era culturally, while we're in the atomic era scientifically. And we would like to hit both of these at the same time. So that means actually culture falls way down the totem pole. Because like if you look how expensive this is potentially. We're talking techs that cost $16.60 versus urbanization, which only costs $12.10. So I might be able to get here with just population and monuments. Where am I getting my culture? I used to get culture. International trade. Where am I getting my culture this game? Well, I could get my culture from certain wonders, because I know pyramids gives you culture. Colosseum. Colosseum. +2 culture in all the cities hit. So Colosseum. Am I spelling it wrong? Culture. Amenities. So Colosseum, because Colosseum applies its culture yield to a bunch of cities, that would be a big important wonder. So pyramids would be nice to have. Apadana. Where else am I going to get culture? Mausoleum is obviously just generally good. Both pyramids and Colosseum are really difficult to be built on deity. Colosseum is easy to build on deity. Pyramids is hard. You pretty much have to spawn desert. So if we're going pyramids, we would maybe want like a desert bias civ, right? Does that mean we want a desert bias civ? Do we want to play Mali? Do we want to play Arabia? Petra is okay. Petra doesn't give culture. Let's see. What else gives culture in the very early game that I can get from science? Not a whole lot of things give culture early game except for growth. So growth can be another way to get culture. A diplomatic quarter, if there's a lot of cultural city-states on the map, could be a good way to get culture. Culture. Double check. Where do you get your culture? Where are we going to get our culture this game if we do this? We don't care about appeal, so groves are out. That's a good source of culture, but we don't care about appeal, so groves are out. Oracle? Oracle's +1 culture. +1 culture. Like pyramids is +2 culture, so it's as good as a monument. But it also gives you the +1 build charge. Whereas the Oracle, if we're going for a 0 faith game, right? 0 or low faith game, Oracle doesn't really do much for us. So I don't think we care. Well, high impact, high value wonders. I don't think I would build any wonder like beyond like this slice point would be like very late. Chichen Itza is another option. And we can always just chop the rainforest late game for Biosphere. Machu Picchu for adjacency if you're around mountains? I don't think so. Angkor Wat actually has potential because of the +1 housing and +1 pop in all cities. That's actually a bit of culture. Low prio for population culture. So where are we getting our culture here? I think we would have to build something to get culture early. We have to get culture from somewhere. Gaul. Gaul gets culture from its mines. And we don't care about appeal. Don't care about appeal. Amazing industrial zones. So Gaul have potential. That is really cool. So the Gaul has some synergy here. That does mean we don't get the pyramid start bias, but we can always re-roll until we get like a pyramid start. And actually, Gaul synergizes pretty well here because you go mining. And the Oppidum, that gets bonuses from +2 from quarries. Gorgo gets it from kills. We don't want to be going military early. Wouldn't priority should be science, production, culture, as you actually need a lot of production to even get these wonders? Yes, that is the order.
Culture and land grab. Production from them leads to builder spam. Oppidum secure the SPRRAD out empire that you want.
Hell yeah, dude. 100% Brian. So I think Gaul are a good option. Who cares about pyramids with Gaul? The extra production more than makes up for it. And part Irish Celts, my ancestors love to play them. I can't launch his 6. 2K launcher keeps saying I need to buy it again. Anyone else had this problem for a few days? No idea, Jonathan Westcott. Your best bet is to type into Google 2K support or for Rex. 2K support and send them an email. Through their support line. Their support staff are super helpful at 2K and they'll really help you out. If you like, just go to Google and write 2K games support. Boom. It'll take you to support.2k.com or .co.uk or wherever you are, and send a support email describing your problem, and they might be able to help you out. That is the one thing. I think a lot of people bully 2K, but the one thing they do have is like incredible people working for them, and that includes the support team. I think a lot of people bully them because they do like industry standard, like I don't know if they even do loot boxes and stuff like that, but they do have really, really good support teams and really good staff. Heard you were unwell yesterday, feeling better? My back is... I'm sitting here with a hot water bottle just pressed to my back. Hey, it just arrived. Are you making a build? Yeah, we finished our Japan game, so we're working on making a new build. So let's talk about the Biosphere game, right? I think these are the valid choices. We definitely want lots of land. That's a big deal. And we want a Biosphere spot. I think our order of transition is science plus production into archaeologists plus mass builder. We need the archaeologists to clear tiles that have antiquity sites on them so we can put things on it. Growth is actually going to be an issue here, because most of these late game, um, most of these late game wind farm things, they don't have any food on them. So there is like a consideration to go for food market here, because that's 6 food from a food market. So we could actually go for neighborhoods, but purely just for food markets to feed our population so we can work all these tiles. Although we don't actually have to work the tiles, so maybe food doesn't matter. But food does matter insofar that we need to build buildings, like unlock districts. Lots of land and generating culture early on. I think of Russia. Let's have a look. Yeah, Russia doesn't really have culture, I feel like. They have to build theater squares to do it. They don't just get culture, right? I mean, they get a little bit. But yeah. I definitely feel like this list of wonders is good. Like Angkor Wat, low prio. Low prio, but viable because of the extra population culture. I actually think, unironically, Khmer, 1 to 2 holy sites, plus, or like, holy sites plus growth equal plus production equal huge cities with lots of district room. The only downside is we have to build holy sites, but the Khmer are unique because they get lots of adjacency from being where is it? Holy sites granted a major adjacency with rivers. They get extra adjacency. And they get food equal to the adjacency bonus, so they don't care about the lack of food. They can build holy sites, take something like with holy sites with high adjacency, take something like work ethic to make up for the fact that they have a slow start by building holy sites, then transition into campuses plus industrial zones, and stuff like that. Russia has obscene production with work ethic levers. It's true. Wilhelmina seems pretty great. Trade routes are strong. Extra culture from trade routes. Trade route culture. Netherlands gives major adjacency in all the things we care about. So major adjacency, because we do want all 3 of these things. Faster dams is important. Polders don't give tourism and they eat up wind farm tiles. Polders are just okay, but these are the important bits, the extra trade route culture. Sorry if I'm just saying something bad. If you want culture, what about Persia? No, because Persia is an appeal civ and we don't care about appeal. Don't care about appeal. No neighborhoods or national parks. 0 or low faith. So this would be like unique challenge version where you go Khmer and you do go faith. So probably, in all honesty, gonna take Khmer away. So I feel like Gaul and Wilhelmina are 2 okay choices for this. What about Babylon? You don't need as many campuses, so build Theatre Square. That is a good... That's actually an interesting thought. And we could primarily focus on boosting tax using production. Let me have a look at Babylon again. strong early game growth and production with the Palgum. Better than the watermill. Okay. So, Babylon. Let's talk about Babylon. Early. Don't need many campus. Now, one problem with this is a lot of our late game tourism is going to come from wind farms and solar farms, right? So in order to get these, we are going to need a lot of campuses. Because owning 3 tanks, like, the problem is with things like satellites, we would have to hard tech rocketry with bad science, which would be awful. And they'd want me to build, like, to get to satellites, for example, we'd have to build a national park, build 2 so like, it would just be such a production burden to tech past this. And then, in order to unlock some of the super late game stuff like offshore windmills, it would make it hard. Only with rivers. That is true. This is only with rivers. But still, I don't know if... Babylon is an okay choice, I think. I don't know if it would be my choice. Hammurabi does feel strong. You could go for a quick religion with it. No, I don't like... I'm skipping religion. It's too much a burden on the gameplay. Does Babylon science production affect research grants? Yes. Now, if we were playing Babylon and we went for something like Kilwa, we would go for Kilwa, so that we could offset the debuff. Babylon only. So we would have to basically rush Kilwa, because if you get... Kilwa would give you a 15% science bonus across your entire empire, which would basically eliminate a chunk of that Babylon minus 50%. Because if you take 50% and you add 15% to it, you end up with minus 35%. So you're only losing a third of your science rather than half, which is a big deal. Babylon will let you cheese some early wars. If I'm going for a tourism game, I prefer to play it passively. I don't think I would do Arabia. I don't think I would do Mansa Musa. This doesn't look like Japan. We finished the Japan game. We're talking about a different game. Anyway, you guys have a little bit of a think about how you'd like to see a Biosphere game go. I'm going to go eat my dinner and then I'll be RB. Okay guys, I'm back. Just give me a couple of minutes to finish my food and then I'll be ready to go. Okay. Sorry, that took a little bit longer than I planned. So, let's talk about where we're at. Ow. So I saw there was actually a few good suggestions while I was AFK. So Korea is usually viable. Was something someone said. Korea could work for this. They've got good growth in science. The problem is Korea doesn't really have a way to earn culture aside from the hwarang. So their lack of a culture bonus makes this slightly harder. Not impossible, mind you, just like a little bit harder. Now, Ethiopia. You know, you guys are just suggesting civs at random. This is a faith civ. This does not synergize with this strategy at all. It's an appeal-based faith civ. Maori. Nah, because with Mare, you want to like harvest everything. You want to harvest everything. They're kind of okay because they got a strong go out the gate with the extra production and food, and they can settle wherever they want. Vietnam, I could see working. Actually, Vietnam works very well for this. So the reason Vietnam works so well is for a variety of reasons. First of all, yes, the positioning of their districts is kind of dumb. Yeah, sure. The extra culture, science, and production works out really nicely, especially because woods are where you're probably going to build most of your districts. So, Vietnam, extra culture, science, production on districts. So that's quite good. Not only that, but the other big thing is woods can be planted at the Medieval Fairs Civic. Medieval Fairs is only like here. Like this is Medieval Fairs. You can get that really, really early. So the fact that they could plant woods, so the fact that they can plant woods for +1 culture on districts is huge. Then you've got the encampment. Then you've got encampment tourism. Oh! Plus culture, plus no specialty slot. The fact that this doesn't take a specialty slot is insane. Yes. Vietnam is quite strong for this, in particular because they get forests early and because the tan is so strong and scales really nicely. So this is a civ to watch here. I would say Vietnam could pull this off quite well. Since we don't need to care about appeal, how about bull moose, Teddy? Is this... I don't... What? Are you dumb? Potato, hi Wonder Boy. 1 second to blow my nose. Now you need to chop. Here's the thing. You can chop as Vietnam, and then if you rush monuments in every single one of your cities, you'll be able to plant your forests wherever you want once you have medieval fairs, which is super early into the game. I ate you this morning. It was quite lovely. So did your mom. Woo, yeah. Problem with Vietnam is they're not the greatest science civ. I mean, any civ can be a science civ if you build campuses, which is what we would do. We could build, here's the thing, with Vietnam, we could go encampment plus campus, that covers culture and science. Boom, boom, done. It's a family business. Like, culture, science, and production. Boom, boom, boom. That's the trifecta. Maybe because, oh, here's why this is so huge. The fact that we can use encampments. Oh, is Australia okay? Australia is just good at everything. Australia is also another good choice. I think Vietnam is one of my... Vietnam and Gaul are standing out as favorites for me to try this strategy. Australia, let's have a look. Australia, housing... The Outback Station kind of has anti-synergy because you're going to want to remove everything. Housing, pastures, campus commercial hubs. I mean, their campuses and their commercial hubs have high appeal. So, like, extra yield from appeal. Good for coast, I would say. Good. I'd say Australia is a good civ if we were doing this on a coastal map. Otherwise, I think Australia is just generally good, but I think for this particular strategy, I'll give them like a down mark. I don't think Australia really fits this strategy too well. They could do it. Doesn't Vietnam have something to do with marshes? Yes. Mass Expand was my nickname in university. Coastal cities are bad in a biosphere game. Half the tiles can't get renewable until ridiculously late. That is true. That is true. However, that just makes me think Portugal. Massive science. Huge trade. The only thing they're missing is culture. Culture from trading. Trade routes. Let's see. Coastal cities. I would say that coastal cities are bad until late game. Hmm.
Potatoes. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
Why not Tamar? She's the best at everything, no?
No, Nick Jeffrey. She is not. Faith. Production towards walls. I mean, no. Just no, dude. Just what's wrong with you? God, Georgia is still only okay. Nan Madal. Oh, yeah. Babylon, because you don't have to worry about early science. Is that true? I mean, you still have to worry. I guess you could do a lot of early science, but the problem with Babylon is you can get to like industrialization is no problem as Babylon, right? The problem is getting beyond this becomes complicated. Like it becomes a very, very complicated dance when you're playing Babylon to get to like composites and satellites, because it requires radio broadcast centers and stuff. And then you always have to research rocketry, hard tech it, because you're never boosting it. Babylon is so spawn dependent. It's true. I thought we were hyped on a goal, but we're just generally talking about the strategy. I think ski resorts are important, high priority. So we're skipping walls. In terms of wonders, Chichen Itza, Mausoleum, Pyramids. It basically looks like this. What makes Biosphere good? You can turn every single tile into your empire into a +6 tourism tile at a baseline. And then if you can get computers, as well as environmentalism, every single tile in your empire will be +10 tourism. If you imagine a city has on average 4 districts and on average another 10 tiles, that's 100 tourism per city for just builder charges. It's crazy. And then you throw in other sources of tourism, like the occasional wonder, like ski resorts. Where are other sources of tourism? That's a problem. China for early wonders. I mean, 3 of those wonders are very early game. China, early wonder, security, plus culture. If you look at China, right? Good Eureka's help over the course of the game. Qin Shui Huang is quite good. France? You guys are just naming civs now. You gotta explain why. Tourism from wonders. I guess that kind of is okay, but like, what am I gonna do with this? Diplomatic visibility. Okay. Loyalty from great works. We're not building great works. Culture from theater square. Yeah. Okay. No. The only big advantage that France has is the chateau that gives a little bit of tourism a flight. Problem is it's unlocked at humanism. Just like here. And we're going from humanism to urbanization to environmentalism, basically. So this is just so late. This is so late. Where is it? This is just so late. Think science is more important than a biosphere game? Yes, however, any civ can tech. Any civ can tech because all you have to do is build campuses. What you want is a civ who can tech hard by building campuses and also has a way to generate passive culture. So that's why the Gaul were so good, is because they get amazing production and they can tech hard and they get culture from their minds. So they can get culture and production from the one tile, which handles two of the three early game things, right? You get production and culture from the Gaul, and then you just build campuses, and you're good. Change title. I mean, I could, but that's a lot of work. The stream is basically over, so we're just planning the next game we're going to play. Germany for science and production. Germany has some potential. Extra district. High production. That's it. They just get an extra district and a high production. So does that really help? They're okay, I guess, but there's no culture bonus. That requires such an investment to get that culture bonus. More production equal faster campuses. Yeah, but you need to pay attention to all of this data, okay? Like, coastal cities are bad. Ski resorts are higher priority. What was the other one that was like really important? There's like a really lots of land. You need lots of land. The more districts you build, the less room for renewables you have. We want somebody who gallops out of the game really quickly. Mapuche for an early war version of it. I mean, if I'm going to play Mapuche, I may as well just play Rome. Rome is just a better Mapuche. I'm sorry. Okay? Renaissance era unit that replaces cavalry. It's unlocked at gunpowder. So, like... here, I guess that is a little bit earlier, right? It's unlocked here, which isn't too bad. Their culture comes in the form of the Chemamul that provides production equals to the tiles appeal. We don't care about appeal, so that knocks this guy out. It does give tourism, which is okay. But honestly, why would I play this? Well, 5% culture. Tripled in cities not found. So, yeah, I guess you could maybe make this work. But why wouldn't I just play Rome, right? Free monument in every city thanks to Trajan. That's 60 production plus a bunch of passive culture throughout the game. So you're just ahead culturally anyway. I can use legions to conquer someone, just like I could with the Malon Raider. But I can do it 2 eras sooner. And then I have a unique bath that gives me extra amenities. That's half price. And free roads, yeah. I know. I feel like if I'm gonna do a domination version, I would just. Well, I guess I'll give it to you that both of those are interesting. Early domination version would be Rome or Mapuche. Fast conquest, free monuments, strong culture, easy war. Scotland has potential. Happy cities receive an extra science and production. Okay. Happy cities generate extra great people points. Okay. This kind of synergizes with amenities. Golf courses are unlocked at Reformed Church. So, quite early into the game. Quite late. But still quite early.
Potatoes.
No, this is very late. This is very, very late.
Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew.
These are very late. Thank you so much, CSU Dynasty. War of Liberation. I'd say Scotland is like a low tier attempt at this. Matthias does have the geothermal. This has... The problem is with Hungary, they don't have a way... Well... Dido... I mean, Dido has been done. The problem is... The problem with Dido is that you want to rush state workforce. And in order to get, like, Dido rolling, you have to actually build the harbor, or the Kothon, or whatever. And you would want both a government plaza and a Kothon in your cities as Dido. Well, here's the thing. If we don't care about appeal, and we don't care about forest, locust strategy could work. Right? Locust strategy is a strategy that I need to finish. I'm making a video explaining it, but it's basically where you chop the entire world using Magnus and gold. By selling things to the AI to chop out settlers. Has kind of counter synergy. I heard Bose isn't a VIP in your chat. He's wrong. Did I get raided and I wasn't paying attention? I hope not. The word biosphere was mentioned and I've been summoned. We're kind of like talking through the potential of coming up with like an interesting biosphere game because we finished our Japan game. So the basic principle is you need lots of land and a biosphere spot. That's like the basic thing. The more districts you build, the less room for renewables you have. So this is a concept we need to keep in mind. I think the early game you want science production and a little bit of culture, and then you transition into archaeologist plus mass builder. So it's going to look like a normal science game, and then you transition. The second you have, ideally, both composites and satellites done, and then you go for computers and stuff like that. So I imagine in this kind of game, we don't care about appeal. We're not going for neighborhoods or national parks. Zero or low faith. Have you thought about Babylon? We say coastal cities are bad until ultra late game. Then we've got pyramids, Colosseum, Mausoleum, Chichen Itza, and Angkor Wat. This little dash means it's a low priority. So we can kind of skip walls for tourism. So like pyramids is a good wonder, has a build charge, maybe implies a desert bias civ, has a little bit of culture. Colosseum could help carry us through culture while we pump science. Plus a little bit of amenities is good, which is kind of like why we kind of considered Scotland a little bit. Mausoleum is just always good. Chichen Itza, lots of culture, and we can always chop the rainforest late game. So we harvest all the culture we need from it, and then when we're ready, we just harvest it out. Angkor Wat is low priority for population culture, just because you could quickly grab, like, the Angkor Wat is relatively cheap. It's like 700 production, gives you +1 population in every city. That's like half a culture in every city per turn, which isn't bad. In all honesty, isn't bad. Does a navigation school? Yeah, that's why Portugal is listed here. Portugal makes the coastal version of this build viable, especially with Kumasi and Nanmadol, because that's the trading one and that's the coastal culture one. With these two city-states, you would absolutely dominate as a Portugal game. Gaul, I think, is our current favorite, as is Vietnam, because Gaul gets culture from its mines, which covers both the production and the minor culture triangle, and then we can just cover the third part of the triangle by building campuses. Boom, we're covered. They don't care about appeal, and they have an amazing industrial zone, so it's like big advantages for Gaul. Plus culture bombs means they get lots of land. All right, so Gaul is looking like my favorite right now. Wilhelmina is interesting because they get culture from their trade routes. They get major adjacency on 3 of the important districts. They get faster dams. Kind of okay for this. Babylon, oh Jesus, I don't know where that G came from. Babylon, they have strong early game and they don't need many campuses to attack. I think I've kind of ruled them out because there's certain breakpoints when you're, like, let's say I get to, like, here, right? I get to the biosphere, I grab composites, and now I have to get the satellites. So let's just assume that I've done, like, industrialization into, maybe I've done a few of these techs, right? So you got 42 up to satellites. So I've got another 11 techs, right? If I go straight industrialization into biosphere, now I could go chemistry instead, right? For even more science. But then I go, like, I've got so many techs away from solar farms, it's kind of hard. And a lot of these techs that I need to pick up is like boost for great scientists or spy. I have to just hard tech that as Babylon. There's not really many options around that. Gaul also gets culture from every non-thingy unit. Ideally, I wouldn't be building many non-thingy units. Babylon doesn't need the prerequisite to unlock another tech. That is a fucking great point. I literally get to radio? Oh shit, actually. Oh my god, hang on. Aerodromes can unlock the biosphere itself. Extracting an artifact can give me tanks to unlock composites. Hold on. Extract artifact 3 tanks equals windmills. And then how do I unlock this? Industrial or era later wonder. What would I build? Probably right? Has to be an industrial era or later wonder. So it'd be like Ruhr into flight. Right? Am I doing that right? Like Ruhr. Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on. Build a national park. We would want one national park. But that would require, in order to get a national park, I would need to get to conservation early. Ruhr dovetails with industrial zones mines. It's true. Ruhr flight biosphere. Sorry, Ruhr radio. Solar. That gets us to solar. I was so confused why you kept saying you needed satellites. No, we don't actually need it. It's just boosting through a great scientist or spy we can't really do. We can get computers. Actually, holy shit. Can we do this almost entirely focusing on culture and production as Babylon? Because a huge amount of this late game tech tree gets boosted. Like, for example, in order to get computers, all we have to do is get to here in the tech tree, which is right by neighborhoods. Right? Sorry, all you have to do is get to here on the tech tree, which is like a few techs away from neighborhoods. Oh my, this might be viable. Because we just have to get to one of these. Then we have computers, and then we can just tech for environmentalism, and then we're getting 10 tourism per tile. I did like a faith culture game to buy stuff with. What were you buying with your faith? So build 2 workshops. So the obvious then would be mining. Let's see. Mining. 3 mines. 2 workshops. To Ruhr. Oh my god! That's 4 steps to Ruhr. Wow. Factory. We could have solar power so early. I've let the game so it was lucky for that aspect, just settlers and builders that through monumentality. Okay. Babylon can't, because Babylon gets a free shrine, they can actually essentially go for an early religion quite easily, actually. Nubia. Ooh, Nubia is a civ to think about here. Desert bias, easy pyramids. Nubian pyramid, extra yields, customizable, strong range unit, production towards districts. Yeah, I think Nubia is actually viable. Nubia, desert bias, strong defensive, strong archer, strong tile improvement, strong production. So I'd say they'd be okay to do it. Like, let's just... So that gets us to Ruhr. So how do we get to Biosphere again? Let's talk about Biosphere. To get to Biosphere, you need to build 2 aerodromes, which means you build a national park, which means you go for culture, you plan a national park early, and you storm down this culture tree. Is a Babylon religion game the way to do this? Where you go with like... What would we use our faith on is the question. I'd say... God, I keep opening this goddamn thing. Culture / faith game. Let's do it. Let's do a quick test. We'll just do it on Prince to test the build. We'll do it on Prince and on online speed just to see. Single player, great game. Babylon. What is Babylon's leader called? Hammurabi. Prince online. Yeah, let's just make it deity. Call it a Pangea. Work ethic plus choral music. +1 culture for 4 followers.
From the first stirrings of life beneath water.
How's your pain level? Pretty bad.
Great beasts of the Stone Age. To man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest.
If it doesn't start to recover tomorrow, I'm going to the doctor. It's not a great spot. I don't love this start. Every game. Why is it every game I get sandwiched between desert and tundra? You know what? I have a problem with this. Every game is desert tundra. Every single game. Hold on. Reveal all.
You the lovers once here.
Okay, it put me here. It could have put me here. Look at this. It could have put me here. It could have put me here. It could have put me here. Or here. This is amazing. No. Here. The desert tundra. The desert tundra strip of land. Look at all these places. I would have lived anywhere here. +6 campus on the deer tile. It's kind of neat. Look at all that rice. I mean, I guess I do have a place for the biosphere, at least. And I guess I don't care that badly. I mean, but still, just like really absorb how terrible this... This is not even like irregular. I get this all the time, right? If I don't see desert and tundra in this next reroll, I'm gonna be sad. Now, the one nice thing about that is you're relatively isolated. So, yes, you have a slow and weak start,
The first stirrings of life beneath water,
but it has potential still.
to the great beasts of the Stone Age, to man taking his first upright steps, you have come far. Now begins your greatest quest.
I see tundra. I don't see desert. This is interesting. Let's see. What do I settle on? First workable tile. On citrus. On dancer. Grab a scoot. Huge food in here. Will grow very quick, which is good. Mining first. No. Biosphere location. Somewhere here. You think about what I do here early game. Why research a boostable tech? Because we have to get it. If I don't find a natural wonder, then I don't get a religion. And I need a religion. I think I have time to get a settler.
It is not wisdom.
Want my Pantheon early, want discipline so I can kill this scout harder. How early do I want my trader? Not very early. Foreign trader this so we can go to early empire early. Looping back. Of course.
The wicked king pursued the lovers one. I don't believe in writing.
Okay. Builder into settler? Nah, you don't have time. You won't take a delegation on a higher speed. Finish the settler first. Need to defend the settlers, so we're going to come back. Really bad exploration land. Okay, he's gonna attack me.
Who deserves more?
Could forward settle Australia. I like the idea of settling right there.
Every nation lives but...
Man, that city is growing fast. Now that we hit our growth limit, we're going to deprioritize food. Say work anything but food, please. Oh, that's weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. And the city can actually choose to unemploy. Oh my god, you could force unemploy your city for half a gold per population. I had no idea you could force unemploy your city. I've just Nobody's allowed to make a video on this. You have to give me time to make a video on this. What is this? Does that mean I could, in theory, tell it to work nothing and just be like, no, I only want you to work the tiles I want you to? Oh, okay. Too late, clipped and shipped. That's crazy. Because I can't tell the city. I have no way to say, hey, unemploy this guy. Because it used to be, for those of you who didn't play like previous Civ games, there used to be an option to like unemploy your citizens and they would generate one production. But in this game, they give you half a gold. This has always existed. Oh, absolutely. This looks like default gameplay behavior here. That is nuts. I mean, we're growing in 4 turns anyway, so how badly do I want 1 gold per turn? Not very. But that's crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, he's coming to murder me. Yeah, here he comes. My only hope is to debate. Let's just make sure I leave the vicinity so he's forced to fight those. Why am I settling here? I don't know. I just am, because I can get a holy site pretty quick here. That's why. It's like all of my logic. No.
I am fond of pig.
I am fond of pig. I also am fond of pig. Nice thing is this first holy site, monument, free settler. What would I even go for here? I mean, River Goddess is kind of an interesting choice, but I settled this one off river. Oh, maybe I should have used my Tundra for Dance of the Aurora. Yeah, +1 culture from plantations is fine. Fight me. Ooh. Now that we have our holy site, we also get a free shrine in there. Let's get a Sabum Kibitum. Mongolia, nice to meet ya. I like how we're both just fortified here. Early Empire, we take this out. Plug in settler production. Got my unique unit. Minor defeat. A minor defeat. I'd like to make settlers, but I also need to do this. Consoler. Now I want 1 builder. I can do mines. Getting early mining as Babylon is pretty much key to their entire game plan. I'm in the running for a great profit. A strong opening faith. Slam. Step. Slam. Nice. I feel like you should get bonus XP for getting a kill.
May the forces of...
The hell is this?
to craft.
The hell is this? Okay, I got screwed by barbs. I think in principle though this works, because you could go like quick mining, double opening holy site for quick religion, into double industrial zone, into double workshop, into one city Ruhr, into double aerodrome, into biosphere. And by the time you got there, between like settling and expanding and doing all that sort of stuff, you could have extracted an artifact and built a national park. It's interesting. Okay. I'm going to call that, though, the end of the old streamaruno. Who am I hosting is the real question. Let's end the